So if we got three codes, I'm just going over this first part real quick. For instruments of exchange is anything that you use to buy goods and services, like checks, cash, debit card, credit card, online banking, telebanking, etc.
Also, don't forget the electronic banking, sir.
Then say that again?
Electronic banking.
Correct. Then it said outline two ways in which money facilitates trade. They can use money as a medium of exchange to exchange for stuff, to store wealth. Anybody could answer, Matthews, but I will ask specific people from time to time. Right. A store of wealth, as in you could save it. A measure of value. So I could say, hey, that is worth $300. I could use money to measure the value of things. And as a standard of deferred payment. So I could say how much somebody owes me using money. Then we went through the characteristics of a sole trader. We said it's small in size. There's one owner. They keep all the profits. They have unlimited liability. They easy to set up. There's fast decision making. Now they're asking about a public limited liability.
Profits shared equally among its members and also limited liability.
Profit shared equally among its members, no.
That should be it. But also for the share profits will be shares
That again?
for public limited companies. It is you can share capital and
Mm-hmm.
shares to
Share capital and what?
share capital or shares to other partners. So,
And I hear in the last part, but yes, they do raise capital through shares.
and also there are limited liability.
You have unlimited liability. You have limited liability, sorry.
Limited liability.
Limited liability. What's the maximum amount of owners they could have?
2 to 20, sir.
50?
Mm-mm.
2 to 20, sir.
20.
No, that's
20.
To 50?
partnerships are 20. Public limited
Just
company.
one.
They have no public limited companies have
Wow,
no
ini.
maximum.
So
Right? So the
therefore it's
amount of
unlimited,
owners they
sir.
could have is unlimited, right? There's no maximum amount of owners for public limited companies. Private limited companies, the maximum is 50. Partnerships, the maximum is 20.
20.
Sole traders, there's one. But public limited companies, PLCs, the amount of owners are unlimited. Where do they sell their shares?
In the public.
Public. To the public.
There's a
Stock
specific
market,
place.
sir.
Stock market.
Stock
Stock
market,
market.
right? On the stock exchange.
Pull up the screen, please. I'm seeing.
So I was hiding the answers on purpose, Cindy.
Oh,
Just
sorry.
adding later. Right? So they sell shares on the stock exchange. Right? So a lot of people, they see the word public and they think government owned. That is not for public limited companies, right? Public limited companies are just companies that sell shares to the public. Private limited companies sell shares specific to specific people. So for me to
Each
buy a share in
membership.
a private company, everybody who owns shares has to agree. So it's pretty private, right? Public, anybody could buy shares once it's being sold on the stock exchange. I could go and buy shares in a company today. You'll understand the difference, right?
Yes, sir.
Government-owned businesses will be national organizations, not public.
Like plan economy, sir.
Say that again?
Like plan economy. Plan economy who government controls every business.
All right, so any like public hospitals, public government schools, those would be government buildings. Now, cooperatives now, these are like your credit unions, for example. They are owned by their members. Right? So in order for you to join a cooperative, you have to buy shares. is owned by its members. The members of the cooperative normally share common interests. For example, Teachers Credit Union in Trinidad is for teachers. The purpose of the cooperative is to look out for the welfare of its members. Trying to remember those two things about the cooperative just in case it comes now. So at least remember that it's owned by its members, and the purpose of it is for the welfare of its members. There's also voluntary membership. They elect whoever they want
This
to
is one,
make decisions. What's that?
I mean, that they could share decision making. So cooperatives could even share decisions to each other when making a profit.
Mm-hmm. Right, so here now, so before I scroll down to the answer, explain 3 ways in which businesses in a free market economy operate when compared to businesses in a planned economy. So, who voice in here for the day, boy? Khalifa, any idea what a free market economy is? If you don't, it's okay, yeah? That's why we're here.
I don't remember right now.
All right. Justin,
Answered, so.
and who wants to tell me?
Mason, answered.
Said as when the businesses and the consumers make their own decisions.
Correct. So, in the free
Actually,
market economy, private citizens make the decisions on the factors of production. They decide what to produce and how to produce it and stuff like that, right? And then the planned economy. What's that?
for the planned economy,
We want control. We want control by the government, so.
Correct. The planned economy is where all the decisions are made by the government. So in other words, the free market is run by the private sector and the planned is run by the public sector. Both of them have different goals and different objectives, so they'll operate differently. Companies in the free market are trying to make a P word. What's the P word?
Profit.
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 Right. So they are trying to make a profit. So they will sell goods and services based on demand and supply. So based on what people want and how much they're willing to pay for it, that will decide what goods and services they provide. The government now, or at least they're supposed to, be looking out for the welfare of the citizens. So they will provide not based on demand and supply, but based on what they believe the citizens need. So that is one big difference. The free market economy is guided by demand and supply forces, whereas the planned economy is guided by looking out for the welfare of citizens. Which one do you think has more competition?
the free market, so.
All right, so in the free market, there's a lot more competition, whereas in the planned economy, most of all businesses are owned by the government, so there's little to no competition. Also, under the planned economy, there's a more equal distribution of wealth than in the free market. In the free market, you see some people becoming really, really rich, and you see some people on the exact opposite, being really poor. So there's a more even distribution of wealth under the planned economic system than under the free market economic system. Think about it like this, right? I could be an accountant for a small store at the side of the road, and they might pay me 5,000 a month if I'm lucky. And then I could be an accountant doing the same job or less for a large company like Massey Stores, for example, and I could be making $14,000 a month. Doing the same job, in some cases doing less work, but because the company is larger, I'm getting paid more. But under the planned economy, all the businesses are owned by the government. So the pay grade is a lot fairer. No matter where you're working, whatever position you're in, you're getting paid fairly for it. So there's a much more even distribution of wealth under the planned economy. There's also less wasted resources under the planned economy. So under the free market economy, one, there's a lot of failed businesses, and two, there's a lot of resources used in marketing. Because remember, there's competition. In the planned economy, there's less failed businesses and less resources geared towards marketing. And instead of it being geared towards marketing, it's geared towards the improvement of the good or service. Well, you see how much differences we find already, huh?
Yes, sir.
Which one you think you'll be as a worker? Where you'll be more motivated to work? In a free market
Free market
economy?
Free market.
In the
Free
free
market.
market, right? Because in
because
the
in the
free
free
market,
market,
you have competition and you could have your own business. You could pursue your own ideas and your own innovations. Under the plan, you have no competition, so it doesn't have anybody to compete with, so it don't make sense how good they do anyway. And they can't use your innovations and ideas. So there's less motivation under the planned economic system than under the free market economic system. If a question like this comes, you'll have multiple differences to choose from. You just have to make sure you understand what the planned economic system is and their goal, and what the free market economic system is and their goal. Once you understand that, it's easy to identify differences between the two. So they are like polar opposites. And that was number one. So let's go to number two now. Number two, the popular question, conflict in the workplace. I'm not saying it's coming, I'm just saying it's a popular question. They ask for 4 sources of conflict. So if you can't remember what you did in the textbook, right? Think about what employees could do that would cause conflict between the employer and the employee, and then think about what employers could do that would cause conflict between the employer and the employee. All right, so you could give me one.
Gossip.
for communication on the
Yes, now one at a time, one at a time. Poor communication.
for
So here, all right.
communication.
Because of the amount of people, right? So they get the idea already. Press the raise and button and I'll call you. Azaria.
Biased in the company.
Bias in the company. Correct. Israel.
30 periods.
Right. Alyssa.
Poor working conditions.
Poor working conditions. Kamani.
A junior clerk getting a promotion over a
I
senior.
like it, but a while now I'm going unfair wages, and it's good. I don't want to be too programmed too. So I don't more focus on my home food. I want to
All right. Say that again, Kamani.
A junior clerk getting a promotion over a senior clerk.
So unfair practices. Now, if you write that, you'll get correct, sir. Janelle.
Difference in opinions.
Right. Someone in the chat said poor punctuality. Also regularity, if you're not coming to work late. Improper leadership style, very good. Age gap, if possible, for deal.
Cultural differences.
Cultural differences. Well, they see how much will they get, eh? Somebody else see outside differences, kind of the same thing. See gossip, you see, or they see how much different sources of conflict will they get. They just ask for four. If a question like this come, or you can more than get four, man. Now they ask for four actions that employees may take to gain the upper hand during periods of conflict. So it have certain things that employees could do, something that we call industrial actions, whenever there's no negotiations to try and get the upper hand.
Go slow.
Go through, go slow.
To
Go
rule.
through.
Take a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Strike.
Yeah. Yes, Azaria.
I was going to say Picketing.
All right. So work to
Portable.
own. Oh yeah, don't forget the raise hand, right? Because of the amount of people, if everybody answering at the same time, it'll be difficult to hear, right? So we could don't forget the raise hand. But yes. Work to own. Let me work to own. Oh my goodness. Work to rule, which is when you just do exactly what the job description describes. Then there's go slow, when you purposefully work slow on purpose. Well, I say purposefully already. Picketing, you use signs to get the public on your side. So you use signs, and you protest outside the company to try and get the attention of the media and get the public on your side. To have strike action, and you just don't come to work at all. And then it have overtime ban, where you don't work a second past your normal working hours. You work finish 4 o'clock, 3:59 you're holding the door handle waiting.
So sitting is one.
Say that again?
Sit in.
Sitting, yeah.
Okay.
But sitting is be one of those extreme ones. What it is one. Yes, Kamani?
Sir, the
Mm-hmm.
grievance procedure is admitting to your wrongs and finding a resolution.
So, not so much really. So grievance procedures, it talks about the various procedures that you must take when filing a complaint against someone in the workplace. Right? So it's a official process for dealing with a complaint by an employee against the employer. It's mostly used when it have unfair treatment. Is picketing and protesting the same thing? No, it's not. However, picketing is a form of protest. But you could protest in other different ways. To be fair, all of those are forms of protest. What is mediation? Raise your hand.
Mediation
Matthias.
is mediation is a third person brought into both agreements of both parties and assisted them by making a decision.
Right. So a third party comes in, listens to both sides, and then helps them come to a decision. Doesn't make the decision for them, doesn't create a legally binding situation or anything like that. Just helps them come to a decision. Yes, Cesaria.
So this one is not when like the next question. This is not when they try to make a decision, but if it doesn't, they make a um different, not complaint, but a higher decision other than like resolving it itself.
So
It's called
something like that.
suggestions.
So they can't come to a decision themselves. So they go to someone called an arbitrator. And the arbitrator will listen to both sides, and then the arbitrator will make a decision. And that decision that the arbitrator makes is legally binding. So the mediator was helping them come to a conclusion. But the arbitrator is making the decision for them. And the decision, and it's not a maybe listen to or not. It is legally binding. So the third party helps them come to a decision, arbitrator or arbitration, the arbitrator makes the decision for them. You all understand the difference, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Then they said explain two strategies. Yes, Delicion.
So that with respect to this question,
Uh-huh.
um, that will be working policy.
The open door policy, I mean?
So, so that is when management free to talk to with respect to any concerns at any point in time.
Yeah, that's called the open door policy. Right, so the question was explain two strategies that may be adopted by management to build good relations between management and staff. One of them is indeed the open door policy. That's when management let staff know that they are allowed to come to them at any point in time with any issues that they may have. Alyssa?
So also team building activities.
Mm-hmm. Or for team building activities. Now, for questions like this, right? Questions like this. See when it's 6 marks. You cannot just write open door policy and team building activities, huh? You have to go into detail,
Yes, sir. I just
right?
say that open door policy is where the management encourages employees to make them feel comfortable while having communicate with their superiors about any work related.
All right. So you start off, you say that, and then you say this can help create this can lead to good relationships being built between management and staff because staff may start to trust management more or something like that, right? You just build on it. Yes, Matthias. Matthias? Am I pronouncing it correct? Matthias? Matthias?
Yes, sir.
No, the next one, Bakbaya.
I would say to use different communication formats so that it's clearer or that the kind of that the employees and employers reminded of like the goals that have to be set and so on. So you gotta um if more people know about it and know what they have to do, you would have a more productive team.
All right. Alyssa, how would you explain your answer? Which is completely correct, huh?
So I had when having game days or team building projects, it allows staff to get to know each other better,
Mm-hmm.
forming a closer bond between them and reducing conflict.
Perfect. Nice. I couldn't phrase it better. I was actually really, really good. And that is number two. How do you find this going? This quiz paper was so far hard or easy?
Very easy, sir.
Pretty simple, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Number 3, distinguish between the subsistence level of production and the domestic level of production. Who knows?
So the subsistence production is producing goods and services for yourself, right?
Alright.
And the domestic and for like your community and so.
Yeah, so domestic is to trade locally. So it might go beyond just a community, but it's still within the country. And domestic is for yourself and if and your dependents. So I might go and get for my family, and that is it.
So you just make this up that you say domestic about proper supposed to be subsidized.
Can you say that one more time?
I said you're mixing domestic saying about for providing themselves and a family. It's supposed to be substance, you said.
Right. Yeah, subsistence is providing for yourself and your family, and domestic is selling goods trading goods locally. And then surplus is trading goods locally and exporting.
Good.
And then export is just exporting only. Then it said list 3 characteristics of a cottage industry. When I raise your hand if you know any, and I will call you one by one to give one. All right. Floyd,
Small scale production.
small scale production. Azaria,
So it's home-based.
home based. Matthias,
It's a home base. It has
it,
manual labor. It
yeah,
has
it is. Sorry, I will start calling you by your surnames, because I realize both you all have the same name. But I meant Mr. Buckmeyer, because I saw his hand up.
I was going to say family owned.
Yes. More specifically, there's family labor, even if they don't own it. Alyssa, and then Kamani.
So local raw products.
Local, what?
Raw products.
Raw materials, I mean.
Yeah.
Right, local raw materials. Kamani, you have one?
So I was gonna say local raw materials.
Alright, no problem. So it also, yes, Matthias, Bisasa.
using simple technology that will make them adaptive to the
Correct.
process.
So that's actually what I was now about to say. It's labor intensive. Right? So they focus more on labor than on capital and technology. So they use some local raw materials, they are home based, they are small in size, and they use family labor. Right. Then he said state 3 functions of small businesses in rural communities. Yo, just give me one moment. Keep your hands up. I'll come in. Give me one moment. Right. Floyd.
To
Function of
create small jobs for the community.
very good. Create jobs. Azaria.
It provides products that the uh, the bigger areas don't have.
Mm-hmm. So provides goods and services.
Yes, and it's customizable.
Mm-hmm. Alyssa, you have any?
So I had creating jobs and paying taxes.
Paying taxes.
So the creating jobs will be correct.
Mm-hmm. They provide employment. I think somebody said that already. Matthias and Kamani, you all got anything else? That wasn't
So
it already.
I had follow legal obligations, but I had follow legal obligations and create employment.
All right. Matthias, what you had?
It's supposed to be store goods, and afterwards you have store goods, controls the entire business operations, and also able to.
I don't want to hear you clearly.
Oh yeah, it is plan and production and logistics and distribution.
All right. So, yes. But you want to look at their functions, um, specifically
Yes, sir.
for rural areas or rural communities, like what they could do for them. But yeah, in a room. Matthias Besasa.
No, actually, sir, it says that.
He had answered before.
Oh, sorry, Buckmeyer to answer now. Sorry.
Um, you build a closer relationship with clientele.
All right. So that's an advantage of being a small business, but we wouldn't call it a function of being a small business, of small businesses. Matthias Besasa, what country are you from?
Yeah, that's it.
Trinidad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, in case your family with the Prime Minister, I need a little grant for my business, right? You go talk after. All right, the next one, I'm joking, eh? State two advantages and two disadvantages of small businesses. Somebody said one just now. Um, they
Easy
said
to manage.
they said oh gosh, a closer relationship with clientele. All right, Floyd, let me hear you.
Lower startup cost.
Mm-hmm. John, I haven't heard you. So you could go, John.
So they provide goods and services within, oh no, wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
Easier to communicate with staff.
Mm-hmm. Big advantage. Delicion.
So it costs less to start up the business.
Yes, it does. I'm here
So I
some.
think it's all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's only one or you can give another.
Say that again.
It's only one I have to give or I can give another.
Give another one now. I'm here.
Um, somebody say flexibility already,
Mm-hmm.
and well, let's start first. So I think, well, yeah.
Good job. One moment. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry about that. All right, Kamani, may I get a disadvantage?
No, it's not your advantage.
All right, may I hear advantage?
It's easier to operate because you have a smaller clientele.
Correct. And less small everything. But you also have disadvantages, right, Alyssa? Oh gosh, may I hear Alyssa?
So I had not having enough capital and not being able to promote or market the business properly.
Right, especially compared to the larger counterparts who could spend way more money. Azaria?
So would difficulty in no, not difficulty, less products as they're
Than their competitors?
competing. Yeah.
That is one. Right, it's also harder for them to attract the better employees because they can't afford to pay them as well as the larger companies. It's our limit to how much goods they could sell and how much profit they can make. So they have good and they have bad. Then they asked the owner of a small business, manufacturing business, is considering expanding a firm. Two possible effects the firm's growth may have on the internal operations of the business. Kamani.
It's harder to communicate.
Yes, it would be harder to communicate. Matthias Besessa.
The one that is
Say that again?
or you can create an employment by adding more employees to the business.
Alright, so they'll have to hire more workers, a big growing.
And you can invest in technology, which is investing in equipment of adding new technology in the business.
Alright. So they get more technology and more workers. So let me know what information you need for the grant. And Buckmeyer, see your hand up.
Because of the growth, they would have to employ more people, and because of having to employ more people, they would need more managers and so on. Like they might need to train more people.
So more employees, larger management or larger management force, more technology. Alyssa.
So with conflict increase.
Can potentially increase. But what about the size of the actual building?
It will also get larger. It don't have to
Right,
be like a bigger.
nobody talk about expanding or opening new branches yet.
So also more storage units as well would
You
be
may
one.
need to store more. So you hire more workers, produce more goods and services. You can expand the physical building itself, get more technology and equipment. Did someone say benefits from government assistance as an advantage? For small businesses, I don't think they did, but that is true. They do get benefit, they do get government assistance. Then they ask us to define some technology. E-commerce. If you don't want to ask somebody for this one. Who in here, boy? What in here for the day?
E-commerce
Yeah, so there's no waiting. I'm going to ask somebody. I want to see if we have anybody that didn't talk for the day. Delia, what is e-commerce?
That's transacting online.
All right. The buying and selling of goods online. Good job. What is the GPS? Princess. Princess, you there? All right, Besessa.
Positioning system is a social navigating system that usually tracks the position of the object or person.
Very good. Tracks the position of the object of object or person. All right, it's a satellite-based navigational system. Then he asks to list 4 activities involved in supply chain operations. Now, when we do the, I am not saying supply chain is coming for sure, right? I will never say any question is coming for sure. But when we do these papers, we are going to see supply chain repeat, I think, in every paper, if I remember correctly. Just throwing that out there, right? All right, Kamani, I get one.
Delivery of goods.
Delivery of goods. Matthias, Bisasa.
Supply chain operations that install goods, plan, production, and logistics and distribution.
All right. Correct. You have to have any more that you can see, Floyd? Floyd?
Sir, certain and managing.
What's the first one you said?
Certain.
Certain. And I never hear it properly. I heard him managing.
So I think this is cotton.
Sorting. Okay, okay. All right, so yeah, management of inventory on the whole. Kyla, tell any that you wanted to add?
Sourcing of raw material.
Sourcing of raw materials, very good. All right, so they seem to know their supply chain. As you know, supply chain is everything to do with the very start of getting the goods all the way to getting the finished goods to their destination. Everything in between that is part of supply chain operations. Manufacturing, yes, that is correct, Cindy Ann. So production or manufacturing. C, outline 3 advantages of supply chain operations to a firm. Yes, Buckmeyer.
Well, you only ask me for one per person, right?
Yeah, one.
Okay. Yeah, I would say one benefit it would give to a firm is lower cost overall. Like they would gain more profit.
Yes, yes, that is correct. Overall lower cost. I'm seeing some messages in the chat here. Timely delivery, cost effective. Yes, the timely delivery. It will be a second one.
Better management.
Yep, better management of your supply chain operations can lead to lower costs. It could lead to improved distribution, and it could improve the customer satisfaction when you're delivering faster. Yes, risk management is one as well. Has better risk management. Helps improve quality. So you can say quality assurance. Yes, Matthias.
Telecommunication enable them to specify the location across a geographic location at a specified product.
Right. Right, so you all seem to know that one. Then it said explain 2 ways in which logistics can improve competitiveness of a business. So you need to know what logistics is in order to uh, sorry, in order to answer this question. What is logistics?
Movement, sir.
Right. So logistics is everything involving the movement of goods from point of origin to point of destination or point of consumption. So the transportation or the delivery of the goods. Kamani.
Time faster delivery.
Right. So having faster delivery could give you a competitive edge if you're faster than your
Yes, sir.
rivals. What is that? Say that again.
What else?
Say that one more time. Joel, that was you? All right. Matheus Bockmeyer.
I would say one of the ways would be if they able to carry the goods safer than other companies. It might reach to the consumer in better condition, so they might like that company more than other companies.
Mm-hmm. That's a good answer.
What about advancement technology, sir?
How about
Advancement technology. Using advancement technology that improves the efficiency and productivity and
mm-hmm.
completion tasks in less than a second, which enables them to complete in the
Mm-hmm. Could also allow you to offer different
off
services with your transportation or different methods of transportation services, different types, I should say. All of that could increase your competitiveness. Come on, you were going to say one?
No, sir. I forget to put on my hand.
All right. And that was number 4. Number 5, the access to social services provided by the government. Anybody could answer. What are some social services?
Healthcare.
Housing.
Okay. Housing,
Security,
education,
education,
transport,
protection,
recreation.
Security.
recreation. I said every one of these.
Disability assistance.
You're taking that
pension,
one.
So free education is now one.
Education is here. So education, security, healthcare,
Healthcare.
housing, transport, and recreation. Security is definitely one. Then he said outline 2 responsibilities of government to its citizens.
providing economic welfare to all persons,
Providing training.
Providing training,
Providing healthcare.
providing healthcare.
They're providing transport.
So, you see training, healthcare, and transport.
Grants.
You're basically repeating the social services. So let me show you what I put. All those social services, I put them under one thing, providing for the well-being of citizens. And then another responsibility was to maintain law and order or law and security by securing our borders and protecting us from inside as well. Oh, you almost finished. Describe three ways in which the government may assist the development of local business sector.
Excuse me,
Providing
sir.
subsidy.
Yes?
We sending this paper I'll be doing in the group here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Supervision. All right, thank you.
No problem. As a matter of fact, I sent it in the marathon group, and I'm going to send it in the lessons group now.
That's providing subsidies and grants to all businesses that they give them chance to create unemployment.
Say that again?
Providing subsidies and grants to all businesses that they
Very
give them
good.
chance
Providing
to create
subsidies. So subsidies reduce the cost to the business. What else they could
Lower
offer
taxes.
subsidies?
Take it off our tax reduction.
Yeah. Or there's something else specific I'm looking for. Starts with G.
Grant.
Right. Right. Now, how could they use, besides
Sir,
tax
but any
reductions, right? Yes, somebody's going to say something.
grant have a name for it, subsidiary or something like that?
It's have different types of grants. It's according to what the grant is for. But the subsidy is to reduces the cost. So they'll come like the government paying for part of the cost here. And we have a gas subsidy. We actually pay among the lowest in the Caribbean. You know, even though we complain about how high it is, including myself. Alright, so how can they, besides reducing tax, how can they use tax to assist the development of local business?
So you can repeat what you said?
This besides lowering tax, how can you use tax to assist in the development of local businesses? Yes, Alyssa.
So lower taxes on domestic goods and increase taxes on import.
All right. So I said besides lowering tax, what you said what I wanted to hear. Increase taxes on imports. So if I increase taxes on imports, people might import less and buy locally more. You see, taxation, you can provide training, which is what NEDCO actually does in Trinidad and Tobago. They were created to support small business owners, and they also provide grants.
Invest in technology, sir.
Invest in technology.
Yes, sir. Means that they're able to gain the technology, which provides more efficiency as well to the business,
Yeah.
plus additional to the workforce labor.
Yeah. And then the education could be considered one of the greatest growth industries of developing economies. Explain two ways in which education could contribute to economic growth in the Caribbean region. So for one, if you're more educated, then you're gonna be better trained, they're gonna be more efficient in the workplace. So overall productivity is going to increase. Also, because people are now more educated and trained, they will start to qualify for other jobs, which could help reduce the unemployment rate. And that is our first paper. How you find that was?
That's it.
Easy.
Not too
So
bad.
it was good, sir.
Alright, not too bad. So far, so good.
Sir, but how come it come in parts? Like paper come in parts in the group?
Oh, it's different. It's multiple papers I sent in you.
Oh, okay.
Sent 6 different papers.
So it's like paper two.
Yeah, 6 different paper twos are sent.
Okay.
Different years and stuff, yeah.
Flat you.
Uh-huh.
So but we cover all of that just now.
No, so we covered this now, huh? We covered one of the paper twos just now.
Oh,
So we have
so this
5
is
more to go through.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's any that.
Yeah, somebody else
Yes,
saying something?
yes, modern.
Mm-hmm.
So, usually in our paper two, right? How many questions are there in the booklet?
5.
And those are like just as the structured
Yep,
question.
exactly like
Okay.
these. This
So
was in
I was
paper 2
inquiring
form.
it because I never sat POB before now.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right. One moment, and we're going to start the second paper. This paper is January 2024. Very first question was, define the term stakeholder. Anyone who has an invested interest in a business is a stakeholder. Once you are affected by the business in any way, you are considered a stakeholder. So if Coca-Cola stop buy soft drink, stop sell soft drink, I won't be able to buy Coca-Cola anymore. So that means I'm affected by Coca-Cola. So I'm a stakeholder. If I work in a company and that company is to shut down or no longer have a job, so that means I'm a stakeholder. Once you're affected by the business in any way, you will be considered a stakeholder. So that should make A2 easy to do. Identify 2 stakeholders. Owners will be affected by the business, employees, competitors, suppliers, customers, banks, you're saving your money there. Government, because you're paying taxes. Society on the whole. Yeah. Everybody following so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Ooh. I was a commanding your survey. Number 3, outline one role and one of the stakeholders identified. So the owner purpose, they have to ensure that the business has everything it needs to function. Suppliers will provide goods and services as needed. Customers will buy goods and services. Employees will perform their tasks. Governments will provide laws and frameworks for them to operate in. Banks can give them credit, as in loans. Society can ensure that they always remain ethical. Right, so there's a few. Rules. Will this come? I don't know. Can it come? Definitely can. Then they ask for 2 functional areas of a business. You're talking about the different departments. What are some of the different departments?
Accounts, HR.
HR, finance. Yes, Buckmeyer.
Marketing.
Marketing. Let's have production. So, marketing focuses on customers. Human resource focuses on employees. Finance or accounting focuses on money. Production focuses on, you guessed it, the products. So, you could use that. There's also other departments, where you could use that to kind of guide you in how you would describe it. So marketing, customers, HR employees, production, the products, the finance or accounting department, money. We also have other departments. There's the information technology department or the IT department, which will focus on technology, and research and development, which focuses on research. And next question they asked, list 4 ethical or legal principles that business owners should adopt when establishing and operating a business. Delician.
To comply with government regulations and pay employees fairly.
Comply with government regulations, pay employees fairly. Kamani, both of them are correct. Kamani.
Comply with the OSHA.
Comply with Operations Health and Safety Act, correct. But that would be part of complying with the government, because they are the one who create the act. But yeah. Matthias,
Registered all the regulations in our appropriate authority.
say that one more time.
Regulations in our appropriate authority. To
Yeah.
register the appropriation authorities. And
Where
also
is it?
to provide the health and safety regulations.
Yeah, then we said that already, but it is correct.
Okay.
They also to make sure and pay their taxes. Right? The proper disposal of waste, money laundering, false advertising, breaking confidentiality.
So I was going to say money laundering, but I thought it was under compliance with all laws and regulations.
Understand? Then they said, explain the likely consequences for failing to comply with any 2 of the ethical principles listed above. So I'll give you a few. So like taxation, according to how bad it is, you can get fined. Sorry. Right. Pay to employees, you can have a high employee turnover, people start leaving if you're not paying them properly. Yep, taxation, you can get jail time as well. So a lot of people in jail right now for not paying their taxes. Improper disposal of waste, false advertising.
Excuse sir.
Yeah?
Employee turnover, that's the same as like if I work changing workers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So employee turnover looks at how often they have to hire new staff. So if it's high, that means it's not good, but they have to hire new staff often. If it's low, that means they're doing something good because staff is staying for long periods of time.
Okay, sir.
But put a few on the consequences here. Money laundering is prison. because money laundering is normally connected to another crime. False advertising could lead to loss of customers and potential lawsuits. Improper disposal of waste, you could get fined, you could lose the respect of the society. So your reputation could get hit. Could cause you to lose customers. That was number one. Number two, they actually find a feasibility study. So in layman's terms, the reason why we conduct a feasibility study is to see if starting a particular business makes sense to do or not.
I would say the answer is
What is that?
I would say it. Feasibility study is what we call determining strength and weaknesses of proposed report, proposed project, existing system, and corporation of a whole.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. You're checking to see if the business plan is viable, a particular business is viable or not. So you assess the various costs, the different things you need to start the business, your competitors, your customers, the various prices that you're willing to pay. You'll assess all of these things, the different risks involved, and then you'll decide if it makes sense pursuing the business or not. Or if it makes sense launching this new particular product or not. Or if it makes sense expanding your business or not. There's many different reasons why you would do the feasibility study. And they ask why is it important to conduct a feasibility study. You want to make sure that your business will be profitable. You want to reduce your risk. You want to get information about your customers and your product. It's pretty important to do a feasibility study. Identify one primary source and two secondary sources of information. So primary sources of information is when you get it from the source itself. A secondary source of information is when you're getting it through a third party. So I write a book, how to predict past papers 101, and you go read the book and get the information from it. That will be through a third party. So primary sources, yes, Delicion.
So, with respect to the primary source, right? You could just put like interviews under is it, or you have to like put interviews and give a small summarized
No,
explanation.
good question. So what you should do when you're not sure, look at what word they use in the question and look at how much marks it is. So this one has identify. Um, so that is mostly just pointing it out, not describing, going into detail. And then it's two secondary sources and one primary. So it's three in all, and it's for 3 marks. So that means it's 1 mark questions. So now you wouldn't have to go through all that. You could just put interviews, questionnaires, and you'll get it correct.
I see that.
Mhm. Two reasons, outline two reasons, sorry, why planning is necessary for the successful operations of a business. I think I'd put 5 or something like that. And you just needed to get 2. Okay, so planning is necessary to help reduce your risk, help determine the best course of action. Uh, Somebody else joining. Yeah, but planning is definitely necessary. It helps you to anticipate risk. It helps you to make better decisions. Somebody else joining. It helps. According to what you use to plan, you could use it as a source of funds. Yes, Matthias?
Planning can also help to make decision making of whether you making profit or loss.
Say that one more time.
Planning can also make decisions.
Yes, it can help you make decisions.
Sir, would it help make quicker decisions though? Like can you write per se?
Yeah, yes, it can. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Then it asks state 3 measures or laws put in place in the Caribbean government for protection of consumers, and I put a few. And consumer affairs, licensing, import quotas, embargoes, bureaucratic red tape, tariffs. I don't see anything going past 3 if they ask any question like this. They said Jomo is planning to open a barber shop. Explain 2 factors that Jomo should consider when deciding on the location of the business. So, they should consider where their clients are or the proximity to their customers. They should look at how much competition they have in the area. That would be a big factor
How
as
to
well.
source the raw material.
They should look at where their source of raw materials are. That will also be an issue.
So should they consider their target audiences?
Yeah, but that's the first thing I said, to know where the customers are.
Oh.
Target audience, customers. Think about the same thing. But you are correct.
The demand for the type of product they're selling, they can look at that as well.
They could look at how much demand they could look at where the demand is. Which will basically the same thing. They could look at where most of the demand is.
Yeah.
Right. So look at where the customers are, where the raw materials are located, if the location has proper infrastructure, parking, the crime rate. So a few things you could look at. Number 3 is a consumer organization question.
So I want to answer that.
I hear you.
So I know it exactly, but I didn't know it because I was studying that. One, yes, you have to protect the consumer and listen to the consumer if they have any issues. Right? Yeah, listen to the consumers have issues. I think that's one also, but I forget the rest.
And they also educate consumers,
Consumers on the
rights and what? And XR will.
rights and responsibilities.
Correct. Correct. So not bad at all. So protecting consumers, educate them about their rights and responsibilities. They also ensure that they are good quality goods and services on the market.
Improving customer satisfaction.
Oh,
Improving,
say that again.
improving customer satisfaction.
Improving customer satisfaction, yeah, you could say that.
They also assist customers in resolving
Disputes,
yeah,
yes, they
that
do. And then it said, corporate businesses are paying more attention to customer service. Outline 2 rules of customer service. So, customer service is what will help you create that brand loyalty.
So yeah, provide
Two rules.
provide information for goods and services.
Provide information about goods and services.
Listen to the customers' issues.
Right. Answer any questions you may have, or at least attempt to.
Give refunds.
Debrief what?
Can they give refunds?
Give refunds.
Yes.
Yeah, but it'll have to be authorized by somebody else. Well, when you see like customer service, just think about what CSRs normally do when you walk into a store, what you see them doing. They might greet you, ask if they could help you. They will give you information on the products and services. Any complaints you have, they will listen to you. We know the rules of customer service. Then they ask what's a warranty. What's a warranty?
A warranty that must be at the
So I think our warranties of course I don't know how to word it, but I have an idea. A warranty is a guideline from the manufacturer. If you have any issues with your item, it can be fixed and stuff.
That's basically it. So it's a written guarantee issued by the manufacturer promising the repair or replacement of a product if necessary within a specific period of time. So you're not wrong. Online chat.
So online chat is a way for the customers to get satisfaction, but online.
Alright, so it's a way for them to
Customer
get
assistance.
assistance. Right. After sales services, Matthias, I see your hand up.
I was saying about the online chat to be able to specify the item or make it details and information about the product. That is one. Is that to make sure that to make sure that the product isn't faulty or to make sure that the product isn't the or isn't the has expired to make sure the spoilage as well.
Right. After sales services.
There's a follow-up after you buy the product.
Mm-hmm.
So this is basically aftercare.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is. Yes, Besasa.
Well, I feel my bad.
Sorry?
Nothing, sir.
Okay. Right. So after sales service, literally after the sale is made, they do follow-ups to ensure that everything is okay and offer assistance if it's not. Then they said Leon had created a unique line of natural skincare products, which include soaps and lotions. He is preparing a launch for he is preparing to launch his product line at a small business expo. Explain to Leon the importance of obtaining a trademark for his new line of products. Why is getting a trademark important?
So a trademark is to differentiate the type of product. Well, the trademark or logo that is a unique distinction of the product.
So the logo and the trademark is two different things, huh?
Huh?
Logo and trademark is two different things. A trademark is a form of protection, and the logo is used to use exactly how you described it.
So a trademark is a form of protection so that no one else can use that
No one else could use the.
let's have a word for it, sir. Because when you use the trademark, that is to protect your product.
Right. So you just use the word.
Where are you using again, sir?
You said it. You could stop people from using your logo or name
So
or anything like
trademark
that.
and copyright is the same thing, sir?
So copyright stops people from using your work. So for example, I write a book. Somebody can't use act as if that book was written by themselves. Or sing a song. You can't use my song lyrics because that will be copywritten. Trademark protects people from using a name and a logo.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So, your answer.
Yeah.
A trademark is a form of intellectual property rights which protects the user and makes your brand easily distinguishable.
All right.
My answer would be
Mm-hmm.
a trademark is something that differentiates your business from other people's from your competition.
Mm-hmm.
And the important, I'm stuck, sir.
So you all are right there, you know. What you all are describing is the logo. The trademark is when that logo is legally registered, or that name or symbol is legally registered so that nobody else could use it. So it prevents other people from capitalizing on your hard work to create that logo. So imagine I create a brand and I work for 5 to 10 years to get people to trust that brand. And then somebody else who had nothing to do with that brand come and start to sell similar goods under the same name and start to benefit from all the hard work I put in. A trademark would stop that from happening. Right? So it stops people from using your image and likeness. And because nobody could use the image and likeness, it's now easier for your goods to stand out. Yeah?
You could also use a trademark as a way of marketing your product.
You could use your logo as a means of marketing your product.
So
Not a trademark.
Nike just do it as a trademark.
Yes. The slogan is trademarked. Refers to legal right to ownership to intellectual property. It protects from others profiting off of a books or claiming ownership of a part of a novel. Also shows proof of ownership of the intellectual property. The owner of the copyright can also be compensated for any unauthorized use. So if my thing copywritten and you use it, I could sue you. Number 4. Oh, your trademark is like your brand then. So your brand is your brand and your trademark is you protecting your brand. One second, y'all. Before we go through number 4, I want you to notice something. I'm not seeing it coming for sure. Just saying it's a topic that repeats quite often, right? That doesn't mean it will come this year for sure. Just saying. All right, one
So you're
second.
scared to do a next prediction.
Yes, I'm not doing no more predictions.
But so this is not like the same question of paper in the paper book
Yep.
and probably as well.
They love to ask about supply chain. You see, supply chain was one of the new topics that came onto the syllabus. I don't know if they decided, you know what, this new, we can real test it or what, but they ask about it fairly often. Right? This is a 2024 paper, by the way. Give me 1 second, y'all. The activities involved in supply chain. We know this already, but we just answer it. Then they ask the 2 advantages of supply chain operations, which we also answered. Hope you're paying attention. Not saying it will come, just saying. Just pay attention to it. Can you let me in, please? Just now, somebody trying to join. Right. Then one new thing they asked was challenges associated with supply chain. So let's think about bad things that could happen when you're doing a supply chain operations. You might have delays when delivering goods. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. All right, so you might have delays. Something could happen while you're delivering the goods, like a mishap. You could have communication issues. Yeah?
So I
So
so I feel want to spoilage.
Yes.
like a thief, like somebody thief something like security issues.
Yes. All of those are good. Any kind of issue that could happen at any part of the supply chain process. Then it's outline three forms of technology. Outline how three forms of technology have impacted supply chain. You can't answer this question without mentioning GPS. GPS is like the main technology used in supply chain operations. Right? And then I put a few other things here. These days, AI is our next big one. To be fair, AI is used in just about anything right now. Not just about any technology question. If they're asking for examples of technology, you could use AI. So you could use AI in anything.
For the three easiest ones, that's when they said like telemarketing. I know I can't remember that for sure.
Yeah.
And e-commerce and
E-commerce,
GPS. You see them rest, I might remember that.
no, but it should know computer aided design though. Right? So pay attention to that one, right? Computer aided design. They can bring a question asking about computer aided design. Right? So it's literally exactly what the name says. Using a computer to help you design things. Computer aided is literally exactly what it is. Computer aided design software. Right? So you should pay attention to that one. Definitely GPS. AI, as I said, you could use AI in anything now. E-commerce, to have telemarketing, a logistic hub is a central spot for logistic operations. D, the directors of Tropical Grove Limited are extremely excited to introduce a new soft drink to the market. Yay! They are optimistic that they will have a competitive advantage over similar producers. Explain two benefits that Tropical Grove Limited could gain by outsourcing some of its operations to gain a competitive advantage. Right, so you all know what outsourcing is before we even answer this question. What is outsourcing? Yes, Matthias Bachmeier.
It would be um getting getting your initial materials from out of the country or from other businesses so that you don't have to make them.
Alright, so it
Like
doesn't even have to be getting material. It could be any sort of business operation. You can outsource it to a third party, meaning it get a third party to do it for you. So even something like human resource, you could outsource the entire human resource department. So instead of you having a human resource department, you pay a company that specializes in human resource to do it for you. Instead of having an accounts department, you pay a company that specializes in accounting to do it for you. All right? And to any kind of operation. So one benefit is that you're getting specialized workers in that particular field. Whatever you outsource, you're getting specialized workers. So you know the quality is supposed to be at the highest level. It according to the cost of outsourcing, it may also be less costly. Right? It also has less things for the organization to focus on if they outsource to a third party some of their functions. Now, this was for 6 marks, so I would make sure and write enough to get 3 marks each. So I'll go into a little detail. I'll say what the thing is. So you outsource to specialized workers, and these workers would most likely improve the quality. Then I'll say how this could give me a competitive advantage. And it will give me a competitive advantage by increasing my overall efficiency and quality. So just make sure I get 3 marks for each question. Taxes is a semi-popular question. It comes kind of often, but not that often. Direct taxes are the taxes that come directly from your income or your profits. So that would be like your income tax, comes straight from your income. Corporation tax comes straight from your profit. Indirect tax passes through a third party first. So like your purchase tax, so your value added tax. I will buy the goods and pay the tax to the supplier. And then the supplier will pay the VAT to the government. So it passes through a third party. So sales tax, import duty, purchases tax, service tax. There's not somebody joining. You all understand the difference between direct tax and indirect tax, right? Direct tax straight from you to the government. Indirect tax through a third party. Just saying somebody joining now. Oh, they see they joining just now. When they reach, they'll reach. Right.
Hello.
So direct tax straight from your income and profit. Indirect tax through a
How
third.
many times them go to? 1000.
All right.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Indirect tax is the same as purchase tax?
Purchase tax is an example of indirect tax. Or it
Okay.
passes through a third party.
That's like if you purchase something.
Yeah, it's like a VAT.
All right.
All right. B, outline 3 measures that could be taken by regional governments to influence their citizens to protect the natural environment. They could educate citizens on why it's important to preserve the natural environment. They could tax goods and services very highly that are harmful to the environment to kind of deter people from buying it. And they could enforce laws and regulations that protect the environment, such as proper disposal of waste, for example, or air pollution. Then C, they said state 4 responsibilities of Caribbean governments to their citizens other than protection of the environment. Besides the environment, they are to protect the citizens. They're supposed to keep them safe. They're supposed to provide recreation, healthcare, infrastructure. They're supposed to promote economic growth. They can more than get 4. Well, I was going to say housing, but have infrastructure. And then the last one, Caribbean governments have experienced ongoing challenges. Say that again?
So you could repeat what you say about housing?
As I was going to say housing, but I have infrastructure there.
Oh, okay.
Caribbean governments have experienced ongoing challenges in the provision of quality healthcare services within the countries. Identify two of these healthcare challenges and advise the government of your country on how each challenge could be resolved. So one of the major issues they have is the capacity. Right? When during COVID-19 we saw that. So it had people who didn't even have beds, they were sleeping on the ground, all kind of thing. So that was definitely a issue they had. There's also a shortage of healthcare workers. There's a lot of vacancies, it's not enough. We need to find ways to motivate persons into becoming healthcare workers. And then still, luckily in some countries like Trinidad, you could get some medicine free. Some, but not all countries are so lucky. Yes, Matthias.
Another thing could be paying, well, paying medical healthcare people more so that more people would be inclined to go into healthcare.
More people, yeah. That could be a solution to it. Pay the workers more so more people will actually want to be into healthcare, correct? Correct. They could create more infrastructure and create more healthcare providers or more space for healthcare providers. They could as I say, pay them better. They could find more suppliers for the cost of for the medicine to try and get the price to drop.
So how about the introduction of AI?
How's that?
How about introducing AI to the healthcare system
That is what, a solution or a challenge?
for a solution?
A solution to which challenge?
So the question that they know are,
And also, so they giving you, so they tell you to identify challenges, right? So like we have some here like the capacity of the healthcare is a challenge, shortage of healthcare workers is a challenge and so forth, right?
yes, sir, that one, shortage of healthcare workers.
Providing AI to fill in the gaps, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that could work. That could work. Wouldn't be great for us, because that means that some jobs going to AI. Oh yeah, it could work. But that is it, you know. My second paper. Which one you find was harder? The last one or this one?
Also,
This
the
one,
thing is,
This
This
one?
one had more specialized terms that you had to remember.
sometimes you hadn't observed about the trademark, so you just have to get it. And sometimes the one tells
Hmm.
about the oh sorry, well the one is a trademark, and one is about the two factors of location of the business.
Hmm.
So yeah, the location of the business and the trademark might be
And the
hard.
trademark, yeah. Well, at least you
And
get
if
to practice it now. So if it comes, you might have a better idea what to put. Right, so there is two papers down, 3 to 4 more papers to go, right? You're doing 5 papers, maybe 6, according to how much time you have.
What
But if
paper to go through first, sir?
we did 2021, then we did 2024. We're going to do 2025 January next, then 2019, then 2023. And if you have time, we'll do one more after. So we're going to take our first break now. So it is 6:14, let's say 6:15. We're going to resume at 6:25. What topics I think coming tomorrow? I'm really not sure, Jedediah. And I don't want to do any predictions. So this is January 2025. This was the first paper in a while I didn't have logistics and supply chain. So maybe it could be a trend. Maybe they further bring it and they stop. Who knows? Let's see. Number 1. They said Rachel Kaur is the owner of Good Care Beauty Salon. The salon consists of 2 departments, nails and hair. The nails department comprises 5 technicians and is supervised by Julian Jones. So to be honest, right, when I see all of this writing, before I even read any of that, the first thing I'm going to do is go to the question and see what they ask him. And then when I read the information after, I'll have an idea what to look for when reading it. So let's see, use the information in the scenario above to complete the following organizational chart. All right, so I need to look for this information. State the span of control of the manager of Good Care Beauty Salon. Right, so I know what to look for. See, salon consists of 2 departments. The nail department consists of 5 technicians and is supervised by Julian Jones. Right, so nail department, Julian Jones is supervisor. That's why Julian goes there. Then the hair department is comprised of 7 stylists and is supervised by Kaylee Scott. How often the questions like these come? Not super often. I would say fairly often. So hair department, Kaylee Scott, boom. Rachel Kaur is the manages the business. The Rachel Kaur there, and assisted by the accounts clerk Maxine Stamp. So Maxine Stamp is here. This position is called the
Excuse me,
staff
sir.
position. Yes?
One question. What's the first paper we do today?
Was 2021.
Okay.
So we did 2021, 2024, and now we're doing Jan 2025.
So,
Yes?
do you think because Jan 2025 was easy, do you
Easy
think
that this
2025
will be
would
hard.
be difficult?
Honestly, I don't think there's a trend. I think that is a myth. I've never seen a trend with that. Somebody else joining. Right, then they ask state the span of control of the manager of Good Care Beauty Salon. So the span of control would be the Maxine reports directly to the manager, Julianne Jones reports directly to the manager, and Kaylee Scott reports directly to the manager. So those 3. Then they ask identify 2 potential sources of conflict. You see how they really like to bring conflict that may occur between manager and employees of beauty salon. We did this already, as I
So
said.
one is miscommunication.
Right. Miscommunication,
Poor working
punctuality,
conditions,
poor working conditions, punctuality,
Unfair.
regularity.
unfair practices.
Right. Inadequate pay, late
So
fee.
inadequate pay go come under unfair salaries, unfair wages.
You could put unfair wages for it, yes. Right? And just think about what the management could do that could cause conflict and what employees could do that could cause conflict. And that will give you a whole set of things.
So unsafe environment.
Yeah? Or poor working conditions will be this unsafe environment.
I'm not doing your work.
Right? So not performing your duties, not meeting your goals. If you was to put narrow for span of control, yes, it would be incorrect. Because they wanted to know exactly how much his span of control was, which is 3 employees. The next question, again, you see it come again. I'm not saying it's gonna come for exam, I'm just saying it's popular. Describe each of the following strategies used for resolution of conflict. To have mediation. We did this question already. They asked a third party to come in and intervene and help you all come to a decision. Then you have arbitration, when you ask an arbitrator to decide to make a decision on the conflict. So you all understand the difference, right? In mediation, the third party is helping you come to a conclusion on the conflict. And then the arbitration is when the arbitrator makes a decision on the conflict. You all understand the difference, right?
Yes, sir, but
Yes, sir.
you could like classify it under law.
Classified under law, what do you mean?
Like if they could use like a judge or a lawyer.
For the arbitration.
Yeah, with the arbitration.
So I guess you could call the arbitrator similar to a judge in this case. But call them, I think arbitrator should be easy to remember if they ask you about arbitration. But what they are is an arbitrator.
Okay.
And if they say arbitration, that should be easy. They should help him remember arbitrator. And then it asks for characteristics of a good leader. So if they ask about characteristics of a good leader,
So
there's
honesty.
that's not before you say the answers. I'm gonna explain how to approach it for those who may not know. If you can't
Okay.
remember answers, right? There's two things you can do. One, you could think of a good leader in real life or a fictional good leader and think about some of their characteristics. Or two, honestly, is a good leader. Just think about good things about somebody. Being honest is a good thing. Being smart is a good thing. And those would be characteristics of a good leader, right? But first case scenario, if you can't remember, the first thing you try to do, think of a leader in real life or in fiction that was a good leader and try to list some of their characteristics. So Captain America, for those who know Marvel, he had integrity, he was intelligent, he was creative, he was very passionate, he was willing to take calculated risks. He led by example. All of those could be characteristics of a good leader. Right now, let me hear some of the answers you were going to see. Let me see if you all have any that not here.
So hardworking is one.
Hardworking, yeah. Diligent, hardworking, yeah.
Dedicated.
Dedicated, yes.
Flexible.
Flexible, yes.
Transparent.
Fair is one, sir.
Well, listen.
Fair, transparent, yes.
Well, listen, sir.
Say that again?
Well, listen.
Yes.
Truthful.
Yes, or honest or truthful.
Democratic.
So not necessarily democratic, you're going towards different leadership styles, and democratic, and some people have the false belief that democratic leadership styles is like the best leadership style or the leadership style you should always have, and that is not the case, right? So I don't want you to use it as an example of a good leadership style.
Math skills and English skills.
So instead of that, you could put intelligence. Right? So the reason why, let me explain this one time. Unbiased is good. Unbiased is really good. Motivator is really good as well. So, for example,
Dedicated
right?
is one too.
Dedicated is one. Let me give you an example where a democratic leader isn't good. As always, use the same example, right? Let's say we on war. Flexible is good. We at war. We behind a boulder, and it have 50 men marching towards us with guns. They're about to reach us in 30 seconds. You do not want a leader to say, all right, guys, let's brainstorm. Michael, you say what you think you should do, and we go around in a circle. That is not the time for a democratic leader. Everybody gonna die if you do that, right? You'll need an autocratic leader, somebody to back orders and make quick decisions. So being democratic is not always a good thing. So I don't want you to use it as a characteristic of a good leader, right? that leadership style is not always good. It is great in many scenarios, but not all the time. Persevering, assertive, yes, and yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's true you're saying that with democratic because it has been going on right in the country here. Not everything the person say democratic is like you go trust in what is they say because sometimes there'll be something that we don't really want to do.
Mm-hmm. And so different leadership styles work for different scenarios. Right, so look here, they said explain two benefits in managing of a manager adopting a democratic leadership style rather than an authoritarian leadership style. So let's look at some of the good things in democratic now. So one, it can lead to increasing creativity because you're getting a variety of ideas instead of relying on the leader's ideas only, right? You're getting to listen to other points of view and stuff like that from your subordinates, and it can lead to more creativity and innovation. And there also tends to be better communication between leaders and their subordinates when the leader uses democratic leadership because it actually encourages communication. Unlike the authoritarian style that is just more on giving orders. And that was number one. Number two now, they ask about an entrepreneur. What is an entrepreneur?
An entrepreneur is somebody who combines all the factors of production in hopes to make a profit.
Very good. You take all the risk involved in starting a business in the hopes of making a profit. That is correct. Somebody saying something?
That's I just started and who takes the risk.
Yes. The person takes all the risk involved. Try to use the word risk in your definition.
So I find it easier to remember it. So yes, takes all the risk in opening a business.
Correct, is right.
Let's just say, what would happen if the bus was maybe stolen by them?
Somebody unmuted and watching TV. Think. The person sets up a business or businesses taking on financial risk in the hope of a profit. Yep, that is correct, Peyton. Right. Then they say state two characteristics of a typical entrepreneur. So here this cheat code, right? A lot of the characteristics of a good leader are characteristics of an entrepreneur because entrepreneurs in most cases are needed to be good leaders. So if you could remember characteristics of a good leader, you could use some of those for the entrepreneur, right?
Creative.
Yep. Creative, intelligent, innovative, risk taker.
Oriented is one, sir?
Oriented.
Yeah.
You should probably add on to it a bit.
Quick
They might
thinking.
say customer oriented instead of disoriented. Quick thinking is a very good one.
Well, quick thinking, decision making. So.
Right, quick decision making. Ambitious.
So honest.
Yes. And I can literally go here and take these self-aware, problem solver, passionate, innovative, intelligent. All of these could work in the characteristics of an entrepreneur as well. Huh? Persistent, brave, yes, to both of them. Brave and risk taker will be the same thing. Then it said, describe each of the following functions of an entrepreneur in a business. The first one was conceptualization. I will scroll down just now by the answer. Who could tell me? Raise your hand first. What is conceptualization? Ooh, yeah, Buckmeyer and Stick Boy. All right, Buckmeyer.
Coming up with the ideas for what you want to build or produce.
All right, creating the business idea. That's the very first part of starting a business. Having the business idea.
So I don't know how to put up my hand
Oh, it's also. I'm not sure what device you're using.
on iPhone.
Are you using a phone? Oh, iPhone too. I can help you, boy.
Oh.
See, if it was a good phone like an Android, I'll be
What
able
I
to
want,
help you.
what I
But
wanted to say was,
joking. Yeah.
basically creating a picture of
Mm-hmm.
your business idea or whatever. You
Yes.
create
Yes, that is
like
it.
visualizing like the plan and everything.
Correct. Visualizing your business idea. Very good. And then it asks about bearing the risk. So bearing the risk is basically accepting the responsibility of any consequences that could happen. Right? So if you lost money, you lost money. If you lost time and energy, you lost time and energy. If you end up in debt, that is on you. And then accessing resources refers to getting all the things you'll need to operate the business, right? Not just money, but also materials, employees, because you may need human resources as well, etc., right? Labor, yes. Then they ask to outline two roles of entrepreneurs in the development of Caribbean economies. What are two of the roles of entrepreneurs in the development of Caribbean economies?
Providing job opportunities.
Boost GD.
Creating job opportunities, boosting the GDP, correct? If
Investing
it wasn't for entrepreneurs,
But training is one.
trading, so
Training.
training, yeah.
Provide experience.
Say that again?
Provide experience.
Provide experience. So instead of
Investing.
provide experience, I would say provide goods and services. That is one thing they
So
do in the Caribbean.
yeah, as I say,
Provide
it,
jobs.
There's now somebody else saying something, and then I'll go to is here. Matthias?
invest in equipment of improving the work labor force.
All right, that is correct. Improving the work labor force, Isaiah.
Makes it easier for people to access goods like corner shops would be having corner shops. So
Mm-hmm.
they are entrepreneurs, right?
Yeah, so easier to access goods or just the provision of goods and services on the whole. Big and small businesses are run by entrepreneurs. Isaiah Jacob is going to say something.
Yes, sir. Providing jobs for persons to keep the business operating.
Providing jobs, right? So if it wasn't for entrepreneurs, none of us would be here right now, literally, right? Because I wouldn't be here teaching y'all because I wouldn't be an entrepreneur, so you wouldn't be getting this service, and y'all wouldn't have had the money to pay for it in the first place because you wouldn't have had jobs because it have no entrepreneurs to start businesses, right? So there's the fact that they exist. We are now able to enjoy goods and services. We are now able to earn an income via employment or via profits from our own businesses because of entrepreneurship. Right? So they play a pretty crucial role in not just Caribbean economies, but economies on the whole. Then D now, they said Karen wants to open a restaurant to sell fried chicken in the capital city of San Leo. Explain how Karen could have complied with two government regulations or policies for the protection of the environment and or public health when establishing or operating a business. So they said and or, so if you want, you could do two policies about protecting the environment or two policies about public health, or you could do one of each in this case, right? Anytime you're talking about protection of the environment, one of the easiest ones to go to is the proper disposal of waste. Right? There are laws that govern how the disposal of waste should be handled and the manner of which it should be done. And Karen have to ensure that she does it in compliance to the government's laws and policies. No, Karam, not he, sorry. Karam sounds like a he. My bad. If you're talking about food, you can look at food safety. Right? The restaurant needs to be up to code based on the food safety regulations by the country that Karim operates in.
So what about doing his medical?
Say that again?
What about his medical in the sense that you have to do a medical in order to get your food handler's badge?
Well, you could just talk about the food badge specifically. Karim has to ensure that he does everything required and gets his food badge before servicing. That's a public health issue.
So we could just have like um employees have their food handlers permit.
Yes. And they're using all the proper equipment and utensils.
So, and make sure the
handling food.
environment is clean.
Yes. All that is part of food safety. Ensuring the environment is clean, everybody has all the permits and licenses needed, they're using the proper equipment and stuff like that. You all can list it as separate things and you all will get it correct.
So what about protecting the consumers from unhealthy practices?
Say that again?
Protecting consumers from unhealthy practices.
From what practices?
Unhealthy practices.
Unhealthy practices such as
from the poison of the food products and also the taste of the food product and also the
right, so that is come like instead of saying that you could say ensuring that the quality is up to standard based on government regulations and policies. Because remember, all of your answers have to be based on government regulations and policies, right?
And
Yeah.
he also have to ensure that the work environment is safe and like healthy for the employers and the employees.
Yes, but that would not really be public health. Public health would be how we are affecting the public society, not internal. If you understand where I'm coming from. So you look, you're serving customers, you want to see how it will affect the customers, the public. You understand? Katie?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Number 3 now, they said the Caribbean economies benefit significantly from the contribution of cottage industries. They love a cottage industry too, boy. Jeez. They said state 3 characteristics of cottage industries. I feel like everybody knows cottage industry is good now.
Yes, sir. Small in size, family labor, raw materials,
Home-based.
home base.
They use more labor than capital. They are labor
So
intensive.
one of the characteristics it is contribute to tourism to it.
Yes, they do contribute to tourism. They are one of the main contributors to tourism.
Easy.
It attracts tourism.
They attracts tourism. I could make an argument saying a cottage industries attract tourism the most. How much people let's come Trinidad just to eat doubles and bacon shack?
You can easily pick out, like shorten your workload, or you decide the amount of work you do.
Cottage industries could shorten your workload. Explain.
I mean, like you would decide the amount of work you do. So you
Yeah,
can
but
an amount of not everyone. You work for yourself, so
yes,
you can decide you produce a day.
No, that is true, but that is true for any sole trader business. So it's not specific to cottage industries.
What would it be a mark here?
So I wouldn't put it here, no, because it's not specific to cottage industries. It's just for any small business that you're the owner of. So I could be a car wash company using a huge amount of technology because the car wash automated using machinery that I imported from different countries, and I'm working on my own time. That wouldn't be a cottage industry. I'm providing a service. I getting materials from outside the country. Capital intensive, not labor intensive. So yeah, that is not necessarily an example of a cottage industry. Characteristic of a cottage industry.
Okay.
Yeah.
The use of simple equipment.
Yes. Use of simple equipment. According to how you word it, you might, if you say most cottage industries tend to be owned by one or few people and they can work on their own time, according to how you word it, you might get a mark. According to how you word it, you might get a mark. Thinking about it. Then he asks for 3 types of foods. Or goods and
One is
services, sorry.
agriculture,
Agriculture, yes. Then there's food,
jewelry,
like jam or Bally's premium punch crème for those who are in Trinidad and want to buy punch crème
and
Christmas time. Bally's
the
premium punch
sugar cake
crème.
too.
Let's throw in out there. Yeah, sugar cake, jam. Did I
Red
mention
mango.
red mango? Did I mention Bally's
Wouldn't
premium punch crème? That
Yes, sir.
sells in December. Just making sure because I know he has different flavors and it's like one of the best in Trinidad and Tobago. And you should definitely message him Christmas time. But yeah,
wouldn't
So
wouldn't
meaning you.
exactly. Yeah, me.
Well, I must message you, sir. I
Yes,
don't
yes.
celebrate Christmas, but it have other people in my family who is not Muslim, so I will order for them.
All right, no problem at all. All right, handcraft stuff, pottery, jewelry, and keychains, all the different things. Then you ask for advantages of small business operations. A question we answered already as well.
So one is easy to set up as well, and
Mm-hmm. Easier to
better
communicate,
communication.
better relationship with customers, more flexibility.
So when you say more flexibility, that would mean like when a customer wants a specific thing, it's be customizable in order to fit the
Mm-hmm.
customer's needs.
Correct. It's much easier to do that.
And flexibility can also be as in as in time. Like you can, because it's a small business or you are a sole trader, you have control of what time you could start your job, what time you
Yes.
could leave, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Also means that they ask for disadvantages, which we also did already. Limited resources,
So
so
just
much
saying
money you
one
can
thing.
make.
So alright, for this is not just a small business, right? So you are unlimited liability and large competitors. And also
So the unlimited liability part, right?
yeah.
So you could say, if you're saying that, you have to say most small businesses tend to be sole traders and partnerships, and they have unlimited liability because you could be a limited liability company and still be a small business.
So just put it like limited liabilities.
Mm-hmm. So be specific with that answer. Make sure you didn't know that you're talking about sole traders and partnerships.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Then he asks about growth. Jerome's operates a small fruit juice manufacturing business in Spicedown. Recently, he has seen opportunities for the growth of the business and has been considering expanding. States one way in which Jerome's business could grow internally. We did this already.
invest in equipment such as technology to apprehensive and improve working labor.
So hiring more workers. Yes, Buckmeyer.
There's more question, but how, well, how is expanding physical space and new locations internal?
Because it is the same, it's still the company that's doing it.
Okay.
So it's not relying on merger, for example, with a next company or buying a next company or franchising by using a next company. It's still the same company that's doing it.
Okay. Thank you.
Which is the next question. State one way in which Jerome's business could grow externally. And that will be through mergers or acquisitions. They buy a company. Or through franchising, as I was literally like now saying this now. So KFC, they expanded into Trinidad by franchising. So instead of coming in Trinidad and buying infrastructure and stuff, they allowed a company to pay them to use their image and logo and stuff. And that's how they were able to expand into Trinidad. They didn't have to take one foot into Trinidad itself. Same thing with Jamaica and all the other Caribbean countries that have KFC.
So when they say externally, they mean outside of the business.
Internally is inside the business. Externally outside. Explain the likely effect that expansion could have on the organizational structure of Jerome's business. To definitely change the type. You might go to a functional organizational structure because you may have different departments. You might create, if I send this paper after you finish with the answers, I'll send the papers already. I sent it in the group. If you don't have it, if you're not in the group, send me a message on WhatsApp. Right.
So the span of control would be increased.
The span of control might increase for certain people. Might need more management, as somebody said in one of the other questions, one of the other papers. Then they ask to define linkage industries. So a linkage occurs when the output of one organization or one industry is the input of another industry. So Zion sells flour and I sell bread. Zion's output is flour, because it's a product, but her flour will be my input that I use to make the bread. So we would have a linkage industry. You'll understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
it
you
come
could
like a, it
put
come
that
like
as
a
the
chain.
answer, right?
Say that again?
It come like
So
a chain. But let the young lady talk.
So you could put that as the answer, right? One country's output as one company's output is our next company's input.
Yes, and just instead of company, but industry. Yes,
Come
indeed.
like they're creating having raw materials to industry to to create goods and services.
Yeah. Then it asks for one forward linkage and one backward linkage, right? I'm gonna see if I can explain this for you all.
Okay.
Let's know. I'm gonna explain forward linkage and backward linkage for you people that may not know what it is, right? So using the same example with Zion and myself, right? Zion sells flour. And I sell bread. If I existed first, and because of my existence, Zion decided to sell flour, that would be backward linkage. So the raw material came after the finished good. If Zion was selling flour, and I saw Zion selling flour, and I decided to sell bread because of it, that will be forward linkage.
So you could do a little sketch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I
So,
think that's what could explain it to me. If I do not just sketch.
so let me erase and do it over. So you're seeing the Zion sells flour and Bally selling bread, right? So Zion has the raw material, and then I have the manufactured good, right? From raw material to manufactured good is
So
forward linkage. It's forward, right? You start with the raw materials, then you get your manufactured good. From manufactured good to raw material is backward. So if the raw material existed first, so Zion was making bread first, flour first, and I decided to make bread because of it. It went from raw material to manufactured good, so that's forward linkage. If I was selling bread first, and Zion decided to sell flour because she saw me selling bread, then I went from the manufactured good to raw material. That's backward linkage. So if it's the raw material that was existed first, then the manufactured good, that's forward. If the manufactured good existed first, and then the raw material, that's backward. You'll understand?
Yes, sir.
Somebody said no? Oh, I thought somebody had said no.
So, sir, forward linkage is raw material to the manufactured goods, and
Yeah.
backward is vice versa, manufactured to raw material.
Correct.
Okay.
So look at the example here. They wanted to know how Jerome could have a forward and backward linkage, right? But we get questions about backward linkage as well. I'm really not sure what coming. It's not impossible. So here, a company sells various fruits that can be a company that sells various fruits can be created to supply Jerome with fruits needed to produce his juices. That will be backward linkage, right? Yes, Azaria?
So if they were to ask, what is a backward linkage? How would I put that in a like a
So
answer
backward
format?
linkage occurs when a company sells a raw material for an established company for another established company.
Okay, so thank you.
Right, so in this example here, a company that sells various fruits can be created in order to supply Jerome with fruits needed for juices. That will be backward linkage. All right, so in this case, Jerome's juices is the finished good, and the raw material supplier was created to supply Jerome, right? And then in second scenario, Jerome's juices are now sold wholesale to restaurants, so they could offer it as part of their menu. That would be forward linkage, because in this case, Jerome would be the raw material. Send it to the restaurant, who now using it as part of their cocktails, whatever the case may be. For the first one, the raw material company was created after Jerome's business. And the second one, Jerome's business was the raw materials for the restaurant. And that was forward linkage. And that is number 3.
So forward linkage will be like the raw material converted into a goods or service.
Forward linkage would be a company that uses your
that supplies raw materials or uses the raw materials to create a product.
service, yeah.
And backward linkage would be like when he purchasing it wholesale or
So let me explain it over. So forward linkage would be a company was created to use another company's output as their input. So a company was created to use another company's goods as their raw materials. And backward linkage would be a company was created to act as raw materials for a next company. Somebody asked if door-to-door selling could work for methods of retailing. Yes, it can. Door-to-door selling is a method of retailing. Also, online stores, supermarkets, specialty stores, department stores, they are all
wholesalers too, sir?
Yes, that is a method of, well, wholesaling and retailing is two different things, to be honest. Retailing, it more looks at selling in small amounts.
Could we put e-commerce?
Yes, so I'll have online store, but e-commerce is the same.
How about telemarketing?
Yes.
Corner shop, sir.
Yes.
So retailing is just like small businesses or
Selling in
small
small
stores.
amounts to customers.
Okay, so.
Mm-hmm.
So
Then
you
it
see
said,
this question here with the higher purchase.
Say that again?
I know, I believe they're the correct answer, but also higher purchase, some higher purchase, they do have to make no down payment, like courts and standards and
Yeah,
these
you don't always have to make a down payment.
Okay.
Is this true? And sometimes they say no down payment as a promotion to get it to take higher purchase. Right? And then they pay installments with interest over a period of time.
Well, so I want to answer this question here. Well, when they say the question, I'll just answer it.
Which one? Consignment?
Higher.
Oh,
Yeah, answer
higher
higher
purchase?
purchase. No, we not answer higher purchase.
Well, let me hear higher purchase then.
So higher purchase is an item that the consumer pays for, and when he's finished, it's his or her own. But but a period of time, there's a period of time to pay for it. It could be with down payment or without.
Alright, and they pay it with installments. And when they paying it with installments, while they paying it, who owns it?
It is still the store own until you are finished paying for it.
Correct.
And consignment is when you take something, you take an item and you have to, when you make your profit, you have to give a partial part of it back to whoever it is.
What you know? Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that's exactly what consignment is. Right, they provide goods, they put signer for the seller, will provide goods to a consignee who would sell the goods, and they would pay the consignor a portion of the sales proceeds. Yes, Raheem, I see your answer in the chat. That is also good. No, Matthias, it has to be two different. Well, if it's one owner but two different companies, then yes. If it's one company, then no. And then layaway. What's the difference between layaway and hire purchase?
So layaway is when you don't get the item as yet. The item is there until you finish pay off it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They
you
put
make
the
a down
item away.
payment.
Correct. They put the item away until they finish paying for it, and then they get the item. So just a way of making sure that the item is not sold. Then he asks about consumer organizations again.
So these questions were really repetitive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, right. Core functions of consumer organizations: educate consumers of their rights and responsibilities. Product testing to make sure they meet the certain quality level they're supposed to. Consumer protection, deal with any consumer complaints. Submitting reports to courts, correct? Venus Communications Limited provides mobile phone services to the citizens of Peanut Island. The management of the company is concerned that the business is often openly criticized for its poor customer service. Explain one way in which customer service is likely to affect the success of Communications Limited. Well, how that could affect them?
Well, one reason is that they sometimes may underperform due to their lack of communication and their visionary to the
But low customer return rate.
Mm-hmm.
Am I saying something, sir? Right,
No.
as I saying,
You can continue.
as I saying that sometimes that they may underperform due to their lack of vision and communication towards the customer, won't enable them to understand what they're saying. Thus, the employers now weren't able to specify what product they would know about at what circumstances that the customer needs and wants of the product.
And so it could end up leading to poor customer satisfaction.
Yes.
Alright. And low customer return rate. That's very good. So they won't have customer loyalty. They may lose future customers if they have a bad reputation. Hmm? Then it will explain how online chats or surveys could be used by the management of Venus Communications Limited to improve the company's customer service.
Well, one is that using telecommunications will improve the customer service that will enable them to identify this issue, what is given by the customers, and to make sure what details and what quality of the product they want to know, and thus they're able to make deliveries out of it when specify the product.
Mm-hmm. So one, they could use it to collect customer complaints, so you can find what the issues are. You could use it to learn um the different places where you need improvement. And then you could use this information to improve. Yes, Buckmeyer.
They'd be able to as well using surveys see like what people respond to the best. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I see where you're going with that. With the yes, correct. So not only would they be able to see what issues they need to fix, they may be able to find out what solutions the customers would like the most. Which ones they respond to the best. Very good. Last question. People that like business technology and government.
And also, I know business technology records all the transactional data and also making business decisions and recording financial transactions as well of whether the business making a profit or loss.
So a simpler way to say it is any form of information technology or any form of technology that is integrated into any business operations. So instead of calling out all the different business operations, you could just say technology used in any business operations. Then they asked 4 factors to determine a country's standard of living and or the quality of life of its citizens, right? You all get me?
So education,
Mm-hmm.
lack of skills,
Infrastructure.
Crime rate,
lack of skills,
or skill level, you could say. Unemployment rate, availability of healthcare.
Infrastructure providing infrastructure, sir.
Say that again?
Providing infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
Leadership.
Mm-hmm. A big one. So they seem to be okay there. Oh, your people, this came for your mock exams. Okay, okay. Then they said define each of the following terms. GDP, also known as the gross domestic product, is the total value of the goods and services produced within a country, regardless of who owns the factors of production, right? Produced within a country, so inside the country borders. GNP is the measure of value of goods and services produced by a country. So it doesn't matter where it was produced. What matters is who produced it. So this first one, gross domestic product, what matters is where it was produced. So it's all the goods and services produced inside of the country's borders. And gross national product is by the country's citizens. So if I have a business in Jamaica, but I'm Trinidadian, that will be part of my gross national product. It will be part of Trinidad's gross national product, but it would not be part of Trinidad's gross domestic product. Do you understand? Yeah, no, maybe.
So can you go over that one more time?
Sure.
So for me too.
So the GDP is the value of all the goods and services produced within a country's borders. So once you produce goods and services inside of the country, it will count towards the country's gross domestic product, right? As the value of all the goods and services produced in the country's borders for a particular period of time. It can only be for like a year. And GNP is all the goods and services produced by a country's residents. So even if the person is outside of the country, but they are, so if, even though, let's say I am Trinidadian, but I have a company in Jamaica, because I am Trinidadian, that will be part of my GNP. So all the goods and services produced by a country's residents, regardless of where they are located. So for example, if Digicel, right? Digicel is a Jamaican company. They are located in Trinidad as well. So although they are making money in Trinidad, all the goods and services that they produce in Trinidad will be part of Jamaica's GNP because it's produced by Jamaicans. However, it will not be part of their GDP because it's not being produced within their country's borders. For Trinidad now, because the diesel is inside of Trinidad, it will be part of our GDP because it's one of the goods and services produced within our borders. But then because it's a Jamaican company, it will not be part of our GNP. So GDP is within the country and GNP is by a country's citizens regardless of where they're located. You'll understand the difference?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then it said low levels of production is a major economic problem facing Caribbean countries, sorry. Outline two possible solutions other than education to this economic problem. So one way to, let me hear.
Providing technology, equipment, and be able to increase in efficiency and productivity of the workforce, and also providing more resources able to produce at a faster rate.
All right, so here how you can look at this problem, right? Production is controlled by the four factors of production, right? Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. They said other than education. So in other than improving labor,
sir,
what are other ways you could improve production? You just look at land, capital, or entrepreneurship. So you get better resources, land, You improve your technology capital, you get more innovative businesses, entrepreneurship. Yes?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah?
Um, like how the question says, outline two possible solutions. Could we just put investment into technology?
No. You have to go into all the details. So the two things you're looking at is the words that they use, that they say outline, and the amount of marks they're offering. 4 marks. So it's 2 marks each. So if you just say investment into technology, you'll probably get 1 mark. At least see how it could be a solution.
Okay.
So how about like if government introduce program for like entrepreneurship?
Yeah? That's what I say. They say other than education, which affects labor, right? So since you can look at labor, look at ways to improve your land, which is your resources, ways to improve your capital, which is your technology, or ways to improve your entrepreneurship, the owners. So programs to support entrepreneurs is good, but just make sure that is still not education, huh? Make sure you don't say training and stuff like that, because that will technically be education.
So doesn't mean unemployment will be part of it as well.
Say that again?
Unemployment will be part of education as well. Or be part of
Unemployment wouldn't
education.
really be
Sir, could we put
I think that will help with low levels of production. Yes, and somebody else is saying something?
Yes, what about the levels of unemployment means that you can hire people to do more efficiency of labor and also in
Is to hire more people. So hiring more people could improve, but that would just also increase your costs.
could we put expanding smaller businesses? And as an explanation, expanding smaller businesses could, or maybe would actually, expanding smaller businesses would allow for more production and decrease the unemployment rate in the
So
economy.
yes, but you're basically saying the same thing, but with different words. So in order to expand the smaller businesses, you would invest in technology, which is the same thing, or you will get more resources to produce more goods and services, or better quality resources so you can produce more goods and services with the same amount of resources you was using before.
How about outsourcing?
So
Now
I
you're
believe one of them
cooking.
is training. That's a train. Be able to
That would be
train.
education.
Huh?
Training would be education, so you can use training.
So
Outsourcing is a
invest
good
in
one.
agriculture. Investing in agriculture.
So in agriculture is just one sector, and I want to look at how to improve production on the whole in general. Outsourcing is a really good one.
So yeah, they employ more workers.
They could employ
And
more workers, but you can just employ more workers just so, right?
I'll
Employing
use
more
more
workers alone.
technology.
Right, so investing in technology, improving resources is good. Hiring more workers wouldn't necessarily be an improvement, right? Look at it like this. Look at it like this. I'm going to do a little diagram here. I'm using this machine to make products, right? I know it's looking weird. I have, you need a worker by each corner in order to use the machine. So I have 4 workers here working on the machine already, right? It have no more space for anybody. I find production low, so I hire more workers. All I'm gonna do is just have more workers there watching on because they can use the machine because the machine already filled with workers. So all I'm gonna do is have idle workers and I had to pay them their salary and thing. So you're just gonna waste money. So hiring workers alone wouldn't be enough, right?
But investing in more technology is one.
Right. So if you invest in better technology, so let's say I get a cooler version of this technology. So now they could produce even more. Using the same amount of workers, they're able to produce more. That will improve it. Or let's say I get better raw materials and are able to produce more now using the same amount of raw materials as
No, come
using
out.
before. That would improve it. If I'm getting more work, more employees, I have to get more technology. If I'm getting more technology, I have to get more employees. You understand?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Would another one be like subsidizing the cost of like land if you had the purpose of like farming or something, so that
So you don't have
more.
to don't make it specific, but if the government subsidizes some of the costs, then yes, that could assist. You don't have to
So,
make it specific to land or anything like that, but just say it's called government subsidizing costs. Yes?
um, could you give me an explanation that you would give for outsourcing? And I have another answer also.
So outsourcing certain aspects of the production process can lead to more efficiency, since most companies I outsource to tend to be more efficient, which can increase the amount of goods and services being produced using the same amount of resources.
Could we use an example like how the US, like for example, the US and China?
Yeah, you could.
And my another answer I would have is government allocates funds for production and grants.
Yes, that is good as well. Also, before anybody asks, no, I do not give art lessons. Please don't message me about it. I know my drawings are amazing.
Repeat?
I said, no, I don't give art lessons. I know my drawings are amazing. So before anybody asks, sorry. All right, now, explain two ways in which investment of education for Caribbean governments can lead to an increase in the production of goods and services for the region.
Government can
So that is
invest
why
in
they said accept education here, because they wanted to ask about education here.
just to say that the using to give training courses that will be beneficial for increasing knowledge and skills for doing the work labor, thus enable them to give careers for any purpose of life of doing a particular job.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And it would allow for training before real world experience.
Mm-hmm.
It would lead, and the training would make you more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
That can be one point.
Yeah. So the one of the best ways to improve productivity is education and training. Right? So just becoming more efficient and more skilled, without that alone will increase productivity. Then they could find innovative ways to do the same production process or to make it even more efficient. Okay, nice it. And that's the end of that paper. That was this year, Jan 2025. Nice paper 3.
So
Let's go
five
on to
minutes break.
paper 4 one time.
So can we make a 5 minutes break?
This paper was May 2023. 2023, May, June. Four sources of conflict. If a conflict
let's come back
question
again.
come, if a conflict question come tomorrow, and all they get is wrong, eh? You better not get it wrong if this come, eh? I'll fine all you. And I could fight.
So, but like listener, you're supposed to know what kind of conflict will be in a workplace because it's everyday thing that when you're working together with other people, this is what has happened.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, and if I'm gonna think about it like in a POB wise, I just gonna do it in a everyday situation.
And you'll get correct. So competition, lack of resources, punctuality, regularity, unfair salaries, gossip, poor working conditions. Yes, Kamani?
So external issues like conflict outside the workplace should be what?
Yeah.
Well, listen,
According to how you word it.
within,
But I
listen,
wouldn't stay away from it just to be safe.
And
But
the
it
safe
can
within.
arise within an organization. Then it asks the strategies that employees could use, which is like work to rule. When you're doing exactly what your job description tells you to do, nothing more, nothing less. And then it asks about picketing. There's any protest out and you're using signs to try and get the public to be on your side. So you're trying to get support from the public. Strike action, you don't go to work. You refuse to go to work until the employers meet your demands.
Sir, could you please start over this part from the first one? No, not up there. The other one.
Work rule?
Yeah.
When you do exactly what's on your job description, nothing more. So I am a teacher. The principal asks me to photocopy something. I watch her and say, that's not my job description. And I walk off. That'll be me doing a work to rule. Right? I see two children fighting. I remember I'm not a dean. I say, that's not my job.
About
I walk
picketing.
off. Picketing is using signage while protesting in an attempt to get the public on your side. So I show you see people chanting and stuff with signs and stuff already, protesting about something. They're doing that to get the attention of the media. So hopefully they can get the attention of the public and get the public to be on their side to put even more pressure on the employers.
Sounds good.
And then strike action is when they refuse to go to work completely. Then they ask for strategies. So they see now a trend, right? They ask about strategies now that they could use to mediate. One thing I haven't seen them ask in a little while is what employers could do to gain the upper hand. So
Increase
here, what can employers do?
increase salary,
No,
improve
not really. Because remember they in negotiations, right? They don't want to give the employees what they want. The
So they
employees
could lock
protesting
out.
and stuff. Lockout, right? Buckmeyer.
Repeat the question, please.
What can employers do to gain the upper hand? So these are some of the things employees could do. Work to rule, picketing, strike action. What can employers do?
That
Right?
coleslaw too, sir.
Just now. Buckmeyer was going to answer.
They could live restrict pay. Or
Restrict
something
pay
like
so they cannot pay them. All right.
That's scab labor.
They could hire scab labor. So they could, you don't wanna come to work? Well, we go hire some temporary workers to take your spot. And they could actually fire somebody as well. Say, you're protesting. Who's the leader? You? You're fired. And that will get other people to say, nah, boy, I can't get fired now. But I stop protesting. So they could do lockouts. So you was protesting yesterday. You come to work the next day and your key card not working. Because they get lockout. They could hire scab labor. That is temporary workers. So you're striking, they hire somebody in your position. So that will give you some fear because you know that you're replaceable. Now the restricting salary one is a bit iffy because according to how they do it, they might be breaking the law. They may not be able to restrict your salary all the time. And they can, but
How
they can
about
fire
cutting
you.
their pay?
Say that
How
again?
about using someone as an example and cutting their pay?
Well, again, they may not be able to do that legally.
So you could say that they
They
could
can
like
fire you.
minimize the pay.
They can what?
You like minimize the pay.
That's what I'm saying. They may not be able to do that legally.
So sir, I could take them to court.
Yeah. So they may not do that now. But if you're striking or you're picketing, which brings the company into disrepute, they may have grounds to fire you.
So that is without warning letter, verbal
Mm-hmm.
warning, so.
Mm-hmm. You could get a warning letter and stuff as well. Then they ask you two strategies. You put mediation when you get a third party to come in, listen to both sides and help them come to a decision. And then arbitration when you bring an arbitrator to listen to both sides and then make a legally binding decision.
Like that's like using a judge.
So yeah, so similar, but don't use judge, use arbitrator. Because it's the person is called an arbitrator.
So I could just take the note on arbitration quickly, please.
Sure. But you have it already, yeah? I sent these papers in the group. Gosh, 1 second, huh?
So you could zoom in a little bit. Yeah, cool.
There's no one saying some people who say they weren't in the group, so sending them the past papers now. Okay, move on.
Yes, sir.
Then it asks explain two legal or ethical principles that business owner should adopt in operation of a business. You could talk about
That's again paying taxes, sir.
paying taxes, not falsely advertising, fair wages and salaries, producing
No money
products
laundering.
on services, no money laundering, no insider trading, proper disposal of waste.
No false advertising is one end.
Correct, no false
Producing
advertising.
a safe environment for the workers.
Yes, following complying with all of the OSHA Act, the Operations Health and
Correct.
Safety Act. And that is number one. Number two, define an entrepreneur. If this come on, you should be happy. This is the second time you're seeing it. Define the entrepreneur.
A person who takes all the risk involved in starting a business to make a profit.
Right. Three characteristics of an entrepreneur. We went through this again already.
Hardworking, honest,
Mm-hmm.
reliable.
Intelligent, quick thinking,
Mm-hmm.
persists.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, for the entrepreneur question where it says to define it. On a past paper, I saw this question, but it was for 4 marks. Why
Marks?
4 marks? Yes, sir.
Just define an entrepreneur.
Yes, sir.
Why would they put that for 4 marks? For
I'm
entrepreneurs,
not sure. I'm not sure, sir.
yeah, well, if you get for 4 marks, smile. An entrepreneur is a person who takes all the risk involved and starts in a business. If that's exactly the entrepreneur is. So if they offering you 4 marks, take it. But this should ideally be 2.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And these are so many characteristics that we're supposed to know because we've looked at this before.
So was it 2024? About this year, 2020.
Sorry?
Was this in 2024 that they brought it, or in 2025, Jan?
2024 thing? I'm gonna double check now. Let me see. 2024. Stakeholders, functional areas, feasibility study, consumer organizations. No, it wasn't 2024. It wasn't 2024. Checking and see if it was 2025.
Which paper is this one, sir?
This is 2023. Yeah, it was 2025. John. He asked about a leader and he asked about entrepreneur.
And this is 2023 Jan and 2023 May,
This is 2023 me.
25 Jan.
And then he asked about collateral. What is collateral?
Collateral is
You used to
no
loan.
Scholar. Oh,
Let's
understand.
know. One person at a time. Stop one person at a time. The lady was talking first. Let her go first and then the others could go after.
So that's me.
Yeah.
Okay, I was saying collateral is money or equipment or anything that you can use in order to get a loan.
All right. Jedediah, let me hear you.
Collateral is a form of security that is collateral is a loan. No, collateral is a form of security used to secure a loan.
Right. Matthias, I'm here, Professor.
Character is something motor value that may apply for a loan.
Right. So it's anything of value that can be used as security for a loan. Then it said list three types of collateral. You could use real estate. You could actually use money as collateral. You could use cars,
House, furniture.
land, house, exactly. And you could even use accounts receivable, people that owe you money as collateral. Open, cement, home, watches here. Anything with value, yes?
So as you have
So house,
non-current assets,
land.
they just
Mm-hmm.
put assets. That count?
Yeah, assets might be then again non-current assets is so assets might be a bit too broad. Non-current assets is already broad. Assets would be really, really broad. Because assets would include everything here, real estate, cash, account receivable, consumer goods, everything. The only thing that you could use as collateral is assets.
So like vehicles.
Yeah, vehicles. You could use vehicles, equipment, um, consumer goods, account
So you
receivables.
can use a deed as collateral.
Yeah. Then it said state two government regulations with which the entrepreneur must comply when establishing a business locally. In your response, provide an example of each regulation.
Registration of the
Paying
business
taxes.
and
So remember, this
registration.
is establish any businesses. So somebody said register any business,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I said. And also, one thing is about for
Say that again.
also, so there's one regulation in business, and you have to pay the actually that's what I have.
Say that. Say that one more time.
I mean, that's what I have. I said regulations paying for registration.
Oh,
And
okay,
also,
okay. Uh-huh.
and also for one is that you have to pay follow the rules and regulations of the environment.
Right. Correct. So let's make sure that whenever you give a regulation, just as they said, you give an example for each of them, right? So to give you some examples of examples here. And you notice there's 4 marks. So that means the regulation is a mark and the example is of a mark. Buckmeyer, you have one to give? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would have
Mm-hmm.
one that, well, one would be the business having to, well, the entrepreneur would have to um, show their record if asked um, by the government.
The financial
And
records, you mean?
yeah,
Right, but what would be the government regulation?
mm, I'm not recalling one at the moment.
So they would need to do it when they're paying taxes, for sure.
Yeah.
Then they asked, explain 2 ways in which entrepreneurship contributes to the economic development of a country. We did this question already. They
Yeah,
provide jobs and they provide goods and services. So just to go into detail.
and so for one thing, so it's usually providing equipment of technology, which also provides efficiency, also is the same thing.
All right, yeah, you could say that as well. Although it will kind of be when they say provide technology, they provide technology. Would
It
explain.
means investing in machinery and computers that are able to make decision making and also providing labor workforce for the
Okay,
economy.
okay, yeah. And just make sure because they said you would explain. You don't just put more jobs. You have to explain how they create more jobs and how that improves the economic development, contributes to the economic development of the country. 6 marks, so that means it's 3 marks each. Provisional goods and services. You can just say that they provide goods and services that customers that consumers want. This contributes to increasing utility. Utility is the word that we use for satisfaction when we measure the satisfaction of consumers. And then they could boost economic activity. It promotes more spending, which could increase GDP and GNP, which are both directly related to economic development. Number 3, you almost finished the 4th paper already, and it's 8 o'clock. Not bad at all. Number 3, identify 2 factors that must be considered when packaging goods for resale. Right, so I put a few there for you all. Durability of the package. So you want to keep the goods safe. Yes, Matthias Buckmeyer.
And you'd have to identify the brand.
Right, so what you want for the package, you want to ensure that the brand is being shown. Very good. It's a big part of packaging. Ensure that the brand is noticeable and recognizable.
So the weight.
The weight of the good. You want to appeal to the
Well, as you
the
say,
consumer.
consumer taste.
Right. Right. Also practicality. I wouldn't pack
So what
water in a plastic bag.
practicality mean? What
How
I mean?
about, sir?
Practicality. So, example, just now, let's explain this practicality. So, the example I was given just now, I wouldn't pack water in a plastic bag and sell it to people, right?
Sir, how about quality?
The quality of the package, yes.
Yes, for an expensive product, the quality would normally be top notch.
Yeah. Yes, Buckmeyer.
But you'd also have to identify like the shelf life of the products, like how fast you would need to resell it when you're packaging it.
Alright, so you could put information about the products on the package itself as well. Yes. Alright, then they said to list 4 qualities of successful salespersons. And again, we could put a lot of the similar things for leaders and entrepreneurs here as well. Creative, intelligent, smart, professional, innovative, goal-oriented. But then there are also something specific to salespersons, like well-spoken, persuasive, as charismatic,
So intelligent
intelligent, yes.
because they must have information about the product.
Mm-hmm. They must be flexible. And then they ask for sales promotion techniques. So there's a few here. Sampling. And they offer small amounts of the product to the customer for free.
So giveaways is what?
Giveaways, contests, gifts. Well, gifts will be the giveaways. Loyalty cards, this special discounts, loss leaders. You all know what a loss leader is?
Yes, sir, is it? Well, reduction of the price of the product.
You see, so a lot of groceries and a lot of supermarkets use loss leader pricing, right? So basically you sell a couple products at a loss, but the price will be so low that it will attract customers. So they'll buy the products they're making a loss on, but then they'll buy other products as well that they're making profits on. So for example, Extra Foods might have a plenty for 20 sale where they're selling some products at a really low price, and they might even be making a loss on those products. So you'll come to Extra Foods, you'll buy those products, but then you're gonna make your groceries. So you're gonna buy all the other products that Extra Foods are making profits on as well. Right? It's a pretty good sales strategy that works because it seems to work because most groceries use it. They want to know the difference between a cash discount and a trade discount. Cash discounts are given to encourage prompt payment. Trade discounts are normally given to customers who purchase in bulk or customers that have a good relationship with the supplier. Then they said Kylie created a new rhythm of Caribbean soca beats and wants to sell it online to overseas producers. Explain to Kylie the importance of obtaining copyright for her music. Think we did copyright already in one of the other questions. So it protects your intellectual property from being used from unauthorized persons to stop them from claiming ownership of the music and stop them from getting money off of your music as well without your authorization. And if anybody does it, they will have to pay you money in the form of royalties. It's pretty important. I should go and copyright my accounting song. Then Jovan excels in the culinary arts. A new local nut was discovered with high nutritional value, and he created a unique dessert, Nutty Joe, for the young and health conscious. Explain to Jovan the value of obtaining a trademark for his product. To have any trademark will stop people from using the name Nutty Joe, although I think it's pretty safe. I think it's safe. I don't think you need the trademark. I didn't see anybody trying to take Nutty Joe from him, but you never know. So it'll prevent people from using his name and gaining financially. It will stop competitors from taking the name and trademarking it. Because if he doesn't trademark it and a competitor takes it and trademarks it, then he can't use it again. Huh? And it also helps differentiate his product from other products. The name Nutty Joe itself. Number 4, they're asking about retailers and wholesalers. Retailers, they buy in large quantities from wholesalers and then sell in small quantities to customers. I don't know why it has retailers. They don't sell retailers who sell to retailers, they sell to customers. It's a mistake. For consumers. Then wholesalers, they buy in large quantity from manufacturers and sell in large quantities to retailers. Everybody good so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
You know what I see coming none of the papers that you do, you know, the levels of
Yes,
production.
sir.
Yeah, we just did one with subsistence and domestic.
So this is May June paper.
Yes, it is 2023 May June.
This paper very similar to the one for 2025 in Jan.
Mm-hmm. It
So we try
is.
and make the comparison they know.
And Nigeria is pretty similar. For retailers. Identify two links in the distribution chain other than retailers and wholesalers. That will be the manufacturers and consumers. It goes manufacturers, then wholesalers, then retailers, then consumers. The manufacturers make the good, sell it to wholesalers, wholesalers sell it to retailers, retailers sell it to consumers. Then instead, identify the most suitable type of transportation for each of the following products. If transporting meat, you will need a refrigerated truck to keep the meat from going bad. If you're transporting bricks, you're gonna need some large vehicle in order to tote the bricks, so a large truck. Anytime you're transporting oil, you can use a pipeline. Anytime they ask you anything about oil, pipeline. Cars from country A to B, you're not gonna use a truck to transport the car because you ain't gonna be able to drive on the water, right? So you're gonna use a ship. You can't use a plane because the cars will most likely be too heavy, right? It's easier to use a plane. Easier to use a ship, sorry, and more cost effective, safer. Then it said list 4 problems that may occur in the distribution of goods. Delays, errors, you're sending the wrong thing by accident, the goods spoil, the goods get damaged, somebody come and thief the goods on the way. Yes, Sam Buckmeyer.
What would be if somebody recorded as a package? Yeah,
Fraud?
a package that is not what was delivered or something like that.
So fraud, you mean?
Yeah, but not like fraud, but just like a mistake of the
So errors.
employee. Yeah.
Yeah. That will fall under errors. You correct? Then they said they use the word explain and it's 6 marks. So 3 marks each. Hence why it have all the writing there. Sorry. Explain 2 measures that can be implemented to minimize challenges that may occur in the distribution of goods. So you could use technology to reduce the amount of errors that's done. You could use GPS to track the vehicle to find the best route to help reduce delays.
Use the technology to make all financial decisions, able to make a profit.
Say that again?
I mean, they use the technology to enable them to make financial decisions of how much money they will spend, how much money they receive.
Sorry, yeah? There's
Oh
one
yeah.
more time, a little slower. There's one more time.
The use of technology may able to make financial decisions to record all financial transactions to see how much that they made and how much that they spent on goods or resources.
Yeah, yes, but that is not they want to know how to combat these specific issues that we list here. So we need to say something.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
use
So
it in a
one
way
could
that would
be, I
fit.
think one of them is order in advance or just make enough for the order.
So better inventory management.
Oh, wait, sir, I could just say that
Oh,
it can make better delivery system too,
say that
Means
again?
that better delivery system. Technology can transport from one location to another
Mm-hmm.
using advancement technology such as like drones, for example.
Right. So you
Amazon
you
use
got a better
drones
delivery system, correct? No, that would be correct. Yes.
because Amazon is able to them to transfer goods to another geographic location.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing about that is that they will use technology in, well, I would say security measures that what the other person was saying in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Bachman.
for the damage
Yeah,
you could
just now,
do.
just now. Bachman has his hand up for a little while now.
Okay.
Uh, then you could use one distribution company to distribute your goods or reduce the amount of stops that the goods have to take so that there's less um, interaction with like outside people
All
or
right.
employees that can make it
Yeah. All
unrequired.
right. I see where I wasn't sure where you was going at first, but I understand where you're coming from now. Yeah, that's a good one. Yes, Cindy Ann, you were saying something?
So yeah, just pull it back up.
All right.
The question we was on just now.
Uh-huh.
I think in order to think the damage, you could do proper packaging, probably a stronger packaging.
All right. Yeah, that's correct. I'll put a couple here for you all. Just spoke about the use of technology, improve any method to store any goods to help reduce spoiling and damage, and training and developing staff so they could increase the overall efficiency of the distribution process. Number 5, that define the term standard of living. So it is the level of comfort felt in a particular country, right? And it can be measured using the GDP. Factors that determine the country's standard of living would be the crime rate, unemployment rate,
Education,
access to education, healthcare, affordable housing,
skills.
the level of skills, the jobs available. All of these will contribute to the standard of living.
So
What
how
about
about the
pension
population
system?
growth?
The population.
Yeah, like the population. Or that would be quality of life.
No. The size of the population does affect it as well.
Okay.
Then they said determine, look, this next question is talking about how the rate of infant mortality as a as a factor of the quality of life. So the rate of infant mortality looks at children dying, right? If it's high, then most likely it reflects a poor quality of life, right? So it now goes without saying, children dying bad. If it's low, it means that the population is generally healthy and reflects a high quality of life. Children not dying good. Children dying bad. Children not dying good. Then he asks about GNP and GDP again. But we know because we did it before that GNP is the value of the goods and services produced by the citizens of a country, regardless of where they're located. And GDP looks at the value of the goods and services produced within a country's borders. And do you all know that? That GDP, domestic home, means in the borders, and GNP, national. So once you're a citizen, regardless of where you're located. Again, GDP, all the total goods and services produced within a country's borders. GNP, total value of goods and services produced by citizens, regardless of their location. If this comes, I hope you'll get it. So whenever you see the words per capita means per person, right? Or the average. Average also means per person, right? So per capita means per person. So I could have a GDP of $1 million and then have a million persons in the population. The GDP per capita would be 1. 1 million was the GDP, 1 million, and it's at 1 million persons. 1 million divided by 1 million is 1. So per capita income is the total income or the average income per person in the population. So you add up all the income being made and you divide it by the number of persons in the population. Then they said state 2 reasons why countries engage in international trade. Well, they work on currency. That is one. You have a larger market. So look, because I teach online and I offer services to people across the Caribbean, I could have students from Guyana, Grenada, Jamaica, and Trinidad all in one class. So I'm increasing my market instead of just operating in Trinidad.
Okay, never mind.
Mhm.
I was gonna say, they probably have goods that we don't have, but as CTA, access to goods and services not available locally.
Exactly. Access to goods and services not available locally. How many people here from Jamaica? Who here
Repeat.
who here from Jamaica? How much people? Raise your hand, let me see.
Me, but I can't raise my hand. I don't know.
Okay. And I remember you say you can't. 1, 2, and also and Joel too. Anybody here from Guyana? Yes, Amaya. Oh, I'm not seeing the messages. Oh, the next person is from Jamaica, Anybody from any other country besides Trinidad?
Grenada, the land of spice, where everything nice.
Actually, I wanna come by your might be this yourself.
Okay, welcome.
Mm-hmm. If you're not good, all inclusive resorts, some now. I'm looking at either Grenada or Guyana to come to say or Barbados. See your some, right?
Yeah.
Nice. I see you, sir. I'm looking
Yeah.
out for it.
What are you asking for? I didn't hear. Sorry.
All inclusive resorts in Grenada.
Yeah.
You'll send it,
Sandals, Carlton.
you'll send it to my WhatsApp. Besides sandals, I have sandals money.
Well, Carlton.
I'll have to do about 50 marathons.
I know, right? Probably Carlton. Silverstone might be a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, Spice Island Beach Resort.
You send it to
I'm
me.
sending for you. Yeah,
Thanks.
no problem.
Yeah, so also to build positive relationships, that is a reason why they engage in international trade as well. And then it says state two ways in which foreign investment could positively impact Caribbean countries. So foreign investors invest into the country. They could create industries that were not available before. For example, they can invest and create a new source of energy. So they could create a whole new industry and they provide new jobs for citizens as well. They get new training in this new industry as well. All of that is what we call industrialization. Originally, this was one of the ways where we were depending on to develop. They could boost the solar industry as an example, right? So this used to be one of the ways that we depended on to develop as countries in the Caribbean, industrialization. Open a country, some country like America or whoever the case may be, will come and invest into our country, introducing a new industry and trading us into it, and then they would leave and we would take over. The only problem with that plan is and they would leave and we would take over part. They didn't seem to want to leave, no boy. So that was the problem with industrialization. But it is still a benefit because we do get a whole new industry, we get more jobs, etc. Right? We also get better relations with other countries. So when it's time to get assistance, they tend to give it us. Look, China sent Trinidad and Tobago a whole set of equipment during the COVID-19 scenario. Think some of them wasn't good, but the point is they still lent a hand because they had good positive relationships. Could also create more competition. More competition will lead to better quality goods and services because now you're competing against other persons, right? Which could lead to greater consumer satisfaction. And that is the end of 2023. And it's 8:30. So we can more than take our next break. We are real time. Do you want to take a 15-minute break? Or 10 minutes is good again?
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Maybe 15 minutes.
Target 50 minutes.
All right. So 15 minutes break and we resume at 8:45. Hopefully they rejoin soon. Right. So this is 2019, January. The first question, they said define the term capital as a factor of production and state two examples. So capital is the man-made resource. Oh, people now joining back. Capital refers to man-made resources used to produce other goods and services. So it's goods to produce other goods. And I give two examples because they asked for two examples, right? Machinery, tools. Well, I give three because I'm an overachiever. But I give three so you would have more examples to choose from. Then they said, list 4 sources of capital that could be used when setting up a business. Capital is the money used to start or invest into a business, right? So when they talk about sources of capital, is where you're going to get the money you're going to use to start or invest in the business. So that's why we have loan, gifts from friends and family, savings, venture capital is when other people invest into the company. And C, they said in June wants to set up a small supermarket but is unsure whether she should operate as a sole trader or establish a partnership. So they ask you to define a partnership. What's a partnership?
So a partnership is including 2 or 20 persons
Right.
who have the same views on opening a business.
Mm-hmm. A minimum of 2 and a maximum of 20. Very good. Minimum of 2, maximum of 20. Then they said outline 2 benefits of establishing a partnership over a sole trader type business. All right, so you look at the benefits here. So me hear Buckmeyer.
You'd be able to, in a partnership, you'd have more access to the skills that the people would bring, as well as more funds.
Right, so you have more capital, you have more skills to pull from because you have more people. Yes, Besasa.
The benefits of June establishing a partnership is that they have to make decision making and also they could specialize in different areas of the business. That's one as well.
Yes, they can specialize in different areas. Very good. Partners also share losses. So if
So the
So do
workload
they
is
share
shared.
profits too?
the workload
Do they
is
not
also
share
shared.
profits?
Was that?
Do they share profits?
Yes, but they're looking for benefits. Sharing profit is not
Oh,
a
it's like
benefit.
a disadvantage. Okay.
Yeah, but sharing losses is a benefit.
Okay.
So if a sole trader makes a loss, he has to bear all the loss himself. But if a partnership makes a loss, at least it's spread.
Benefits. Okay.
So the business could live on.
Yes, so if something happens to one partner, the other partners could carry on the business. Then it says here, just 3 ethical issues that June should consider in setting up or operating a business, which is a question we answered already, right? We talk about false advertising, we talk about paying taxes, we talk about not money laundering, making sure your business is registered, having any necessary permits, environmental awareness, so proper disposal of waste, paying workers fairly, we have the tax already. Then they say explain the importance of a feasibility study. Why is a feasibility study important? We did it already.
Identify the risks and challenges against the odds of the business and also make sure that to assess validity of the feasibility study to know about making business ideas and all kinds of
To
Oh,
decrease to decrease potential risk and identify the demand of your business product or what or service you're offering.
So it could help reduce potential risk, correct, as well. Yes, somebody else going to say something?
So basically, it's identifying how practical and useful the business would be.
Yeah, maybe not the useful part, but how feasible it is. So if it makes sense to start the business or not.
Okay.
So the feasibility study is an investigation to confirm whether or not the business's idea is viable. This can save you from potential losses. It can also help locate potential risk and can increase the overall chances of success.
Also, that's what I said before was correct.
Say that again?
The one that I said before was it correct?
Yes, yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
All right. So this one now, they said a business organizations perform many transactions daily, which require the use of documents. And they ask for examples of business documents. It's quite
So
a few.
invoice,
Yep.
cash books.
Mm-hmm. But maybe not the cash book is not so much a document, but it's a journal to record information. So
The contracts.
contracts,
Ledgers.
notes. Say that again?
The credit note, delivery
Ledgers.
notes.
Credit note, debit note. What you said before the song? Somebody said something?
Ledgers.
Ledgers. So same thing with ledgers.
Income statement
I
and
would
cash
use
books, sir.
financial records. You would use the source documents. So invoices, receipts,
Cash book,
quotations, delivery notes, stuff
cash
like
book,
that.
sir.
Debit note, credit note, travel documents like bill of lading.
Sir, what about the cash book and the income statement?
Say that again?
Cash book and income statement can also be as
Income
a
statement. I
document.
don't use financial statements.
No,
Use
no,
stock
no.
documents. Yeah.
What about the cash book? The cash book can be as well.
All right. Then it said, state 3 reasons why firms utilize documents in business transactions. And I gave 3 reasons right there because the law requires it in some cases. To ensure that the record keeping was done accurately, to reduce the errors and stuff like that, and to keep them as evidence that transactions took place. Everybody good so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So if you put to build a relationship with customers, you'll get it correct.
What about build a relationship with customers? Why I keep documents?
Yeah.
I don't see the connection. You have to explain it.
So like to call back customers for a service that was done for them.
Yeah, but you wouldn't really need the document to do it. Well, I guess you could say increase your professional image with customers. So according to how you with it. Then it asks to distinguish between insurance and assurance. Raise your hand if you think you could distinguish between the both of them. All right, come on, Neil, let me hear you.
So insurance is coverage for something that may happen, but assurance is coverage for something that will happen.
All right. So insurance is financial protection against the risk of something that may happen. And assurance is financial protection against the risk of something that will happen. What's the one thing that will happen?
Debt, sir, debt.
That's right.
So theft is what?
So theft is not something that will happen, it's something that may happen.
It
So
might.
that would
Oh,
be
so
insurance.
that coming under insurance.
That would under insurance.
Insurance.
So insurance is protection against the financial risk of things that may happen, and assurance is the financial risk against something that will happen. So that's 1 second, huh? Right. Name 2 types of insurance policies. So you have life insurance, medical insurance, motor vehicle, homeowners insurance, marine insurance. Marine insurance is for
Business insurance.
say that
What
again?
about the what about indemnity, sir?
The business insurance.
Yes.
Indemnity?
Say that again, Matthias.
Indemnity.
Indemnity, all right.
Yeah.
They have cash insurance also.
To have what insurance?
Cash insurance.
Cash insurance?
Yeah.
I've never heard of cash insurance, but I would
So
know.
like, for instance, like if you know the money. Okay, so I'm into sales, right?
Uh-huh.
So basically, the money is insured.
Okay. Okay. I now understand where you're coming from. Okay,
I
yeah,
have a
yeah,
term
yeah,
for
yeah,
it, but
yeah.
I really can't remember.
Yeah. You're right.
Fidelity insurance.
So they ask for the principles upon which insurance is based. Wash rain is out of timing. So rain might mean it's pretty loud. But let me see what I could do. Alright, so indemnity means that you're not supposed to profit from the loss. So let's say I get in a car accident and I get $20,000 in damages. The most amount of money I'm supposed to get back is $20,000. No more or no less. So the insurance is meant to compensate for the loss, not be a profit. There's also insurable interest. In order for me to get insurance on something, I must have a legitimate financial stake in whatever that is being insured. So for example, if oh boy, if Anusha has a house, I cannot go and get insurance on Anusha's house because I don't have a legitimate financial stake in Anusha's house. If Anusha's house burn down, it's not going to affect me. And if I had insurance and Anusha's house burned down, and I would just be getting money. I would be benefiting. I have no connection to exactly. Then it said, explain 2 ways in which insurance is beneficial to a firm. So it can reduce the risk of financial loss in many different ways. Example, from theft for your products and services, so if they get damaged from floods, etc. It could also make potential investors feel safer investing into the company because they know if something happens, they have insurance, they're financially protected. It could also it could also be offered to employees as part of their payment package, which could be an incentive for them to stay longer. So there's a few ways in which insurance can benefit firms. You all understood those ways, right? And then it said, state two advantages to the customer of utilizing each of the following terms of sale. So when you pay cash, cash is normally the lowest cost that you could get when you pay cash, right? When you pay for the in full amount in cash, that is normally the lowest cost you could get, lowest price. It also takes you the least amount of time. Higher purchase, you get to pay over a long period of time on small installments. Layaway, the item is kept safely for you, so you don't have to worry about it selling out beforehand. Then they asked to describe one factor that could influence the behavior of consumers.
The price,
Price,
quality,
good.
The reputation of the business.
Reputation of the business, yes.
loyalty to the brand.
Loyalty to the brand, personal taste.
So I think
Price of the
one
product.
is the income of the household
The income of the household,
and
yes.
the spending habits.
The
Spending
personal
habits.
experience with the business.
Yes.
Quantity of the product.
Quantity. What of the product?
Quantity.
Right. Bandwagon effect, yes.
Transportation.
Right. So availability of the product. Then it access to draw a distribution chain, manufacturer to wholesaler to retailer to customer or consumer.
Credit or debit cards.
What is credit card, debit card?
Saying would that affect it? Like e-commerce, suppose you're doing an e-commerce business.
Able to affect behavior of consumers.
Yeah.
And so the different instruments of exchange that could be used. Okay, according to how you word it, you could say you're getting that. Alright. Good. Alright, list 4 problems that are likely to be encountered in the distribution of goods. We did a question like this as well. We said, what is that?
So that's again.
Mm-hmm. We did a question like this already. It was spoilage, delays, goods being damaged, theft, things like that. Errors being made. Then they ask for different ways to transport different things again.
Again, it's exactly the same way.
Mm-hmm. Meat is a freezer truck. Cement, you use a mixer truck or a cement truck. Because it can't keep if the cement is still for long, it will freeze up. Oil, pipelines, bauxite, a conveyor belt or ships. Number 4, outline 2 ways in which a budget could assist persons in the management of their personal income. Could help you keep track of your spending habits. Could help you get a better understanding of how much disposable income you have. You all know what disposable income is, right? The amount of money you have remaining after you account for all of your expenses.
So it can help you save.
Can help you save, and it can help you manage all of your expenses.
Deposit income was for a long period of use.
Say that again?
Deposit income for a long period of use.
Yes, it can help you do that.
So consultations is one.
Consultations, what about consultations? You mean, wait, services offered by the commercial bank, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You could also get loans. You could use credit cards or other credit facilities like bank overdrafts. You could do standing orders. You could deposit money. You could get a debit card.
So night safe.
Night safe. I literally was now about to say it. Take it from my mouth.
Credit transfer.
Yep. Online banking. All those different things.
Telebanking, sir.
Yep.
Deposit box.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Quite a few services offered by commercial banks.
Transfers overseas.
Yes, so wire transfers. Then it said list 4 functions of the central bank. The central bank is the one that is owned by the government, right? They're the one that issue notes and coins. So all the dollars and coins you get, the central bank organizes it.
So one of them is to lend the commercial banks money at a lower interest when they run out.
Or to lend they lend central bank commercial banks money, yeah. They are also bankers for commercial banks. So all commercial banks have money saved at the central bank. They
And
also bank.
I think one is to regularize and make sure that the bank is following procedures and they don't take risk. Well,
maybe not they do take risk, but they are the ones that set the policies that the
policies
bank must follow
and create notes and coins.
Mm-hmm. They are also the lender of last resort to the government. Government really need assistance. The central bank will lend to them. So they have a few rules. They create the notes and coins. They create the policies that govern central banks. They are the banker to the government and other central banks. They are a lender of last resort to the government. They can also do loans to central banks.
So
They
one
manage.
question, please.
Yes, what was that?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the central bank owned by the government?
So that is a good question, right? There is a theory that it's privately owned, that mostly central banks are privately owned, but to our knowledge, yes, it's owned by all the central banks are owned by their respective governments. Right? There is a rumor that is not true and that they privately own. There's a certain rich family that privately owns most of the central banks in the world, with the exception of 3. But again, that is theory. It's not they have no proof of it. Right? It's just a theory that people have.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah?
Or would another function be that they set the rates for the other commercial bank?
Yes. Yes, for the commercial banks. Then it said explain how central banks use each of the following measures to regulate activities for commercial banks. Alright, so open market operations. Alright, so if the central bank decides to purchase securities, it means they are creating money to purchase these securities, which is increasing the money supply. Now they see the ripple effect. Purchase and sale of securities.
I don't understand this.
Alright, so open market operations refers to purchasing shares and securities, right? You ever heard about the stock market?
Yes, sir.
If the central bank does this, they will be using newly created money to do it. So they will be putting more money into the money supply. They will be increasing the money supply basically. And if they increase the money supply, that means commercial banks now have more money to lend out, etc., which could increase spending. Right? So if they buy securities from commercial banks, they're giving commercial banks more money, and they have more money to lend now. And then with the liquid asset requirements, liquid assets talk about assets that are cash or really need to change the cash. If the central bank increases their liquid asset requirements, meaning they increase the amount of cash that commercial banks are supposed to have, they're supposed to have saved, that means they reduce the amount of money that commercial banks could use. So let's say the commercial bank had $1 million, 200,000 was saved, and the rest they was using. And the central bank say they raising the liquid asset requirement to 500,000. The central bank will now have to put even more money into their savings, so they'll have less money to use. Similarly, if they reduce the liquid asset requirements, saying okay, you used to have to have 200,000 saved, now you only need to have 100,000 saved. That will give the commercial banks more money to use. So if they increase the liquid asset requirements, commercial banks will now have less money. If they decrease the liquid asset requirements, commercial banks will now have more money.
So if they increase it, it's less money, and if they decrease it, it's more money.
Yeah. The liquid asset requirements is the amount of cash that they just have to have saved away. So if they increase the amount they have to have, that means they'll have less money to spend. Right, number 5.
So I can answer this one. Progressive tax.
Sure.
So progressive tax is the amount of tax that comes out your salary. Depends on your income.
Mm-hmm. So as
As the income increases.
as your income increases.
And the proportional taxes when your tax doesn't increase, depends, even if your income goes up.
Right. So progressive as the income increases, tax increases, proportional it stays the same. What about regressive?
Because of that must be when the income might be decreasing.
Right. So
Everybody
as
don't
the
say that.
income, so regressive as the income increase, your tax decrease. Which is really dumb to me. B, state 3 reasons why governments charge tax. They use it to get money. They use it to reduce the amount of a particular good is
To
purchased.
pay salaries.
To what salary?
I think one of them is to pay salaries.
To pay salaries to the workers, yeah.
To provide
And to
education
encourage
for the
consumers
poor.
to buy locally.
Buy locally, right? So they could do taxes on imports to
To
encourage
provide
consumers to buy
education,
locally.
sir.
Say that again?
To provide education for schools.
The tax to provide, the charge
I
tax.
mean,
So
I
instead
mean,
of being so specific with education, they could say so that they could afford to provide social services.
For healthcare.
Healthcare would be
So
a
the
social service.
So
so
what
the
about
storage by habit.
subsidies?
Listen now. Two people talking at the same time. Come on,
So
you
the
know here.
storage bad habit.
Say that again.
So discourage bad habits like
To
smoking
discourage
and
bad habits,
gambling.
yes. Or demerit goods. Goods that don't bring anything positive to society.
So what about the pay subsidies and grants?
Yeah. Two ways in which the government could regulate activities. They could have permits and licensing. They could have price ceilings and price floors. Um, proper
This price
what
ceiling, sir.
say that again?
This price ceiling.
Say it one more time.
What did they suggest now?
With the
Something with price.
I'm trying to remember what I say, you know. Three ways the government can regulate activities. Permits and licensing. Um, Price ceilings, right? So a
Yeah,
price
price
ceiling
killers, was it?
is when the government puts a limit on how high it can raise the price.
Okay.
Mhm. Then it said outline two measures used by the government to protect consumers. So they're going into consumer protection now. When they create laws and regulations, when they try to teach consumers about their rights and responsibilities, when they do quality controls and inspections on goods and services on the market, all of these things are activities that the government is doing to try and protect consumers. Right. The government of your country has set up centers to train citizens in computer engineering and small appliance repair. Explain two benefits that will be gained from this initiative. Yes, Buckmeyer? Buckmeyer?
Yes, um my phone was glitching. But
Mm-hmm.
benefits that they'd be able to gain would be like a boost in the repairing, well, boost in the computer and physical technology industry, and they would have more people that would be able to repair them as the boost occurs as well.
All right. It will also lead to more workers being qualified for particular jobs in that industry, which could help reduce unemployment. Some people may even use their skills to open businesses. So some more people joining. It's have more income and people spending more. That means we'll be creating more goods and services, which will increase the GDP of the country and GNP. Nice day.
So you can just scroll up a little bit. Let me just get a little glimpse of the scroll up again. Yeah, this last part here, where identify three ways in which government regulate.
No problem.
Okay, thanks.
So, yes, that is 5 papers, which I was hoping to do. This will be the sixth and final paper. We'll actually finish good time for once. It's okay.
So stressing today?
All right, so you're looking at this. Number one, Joanne wants to set up a cosmetic store in her community and therefore needs to collect data to determine the feasibility of this type of business. This will identify the two main types of research data that she would need to gather in order to establish a business. So there's primary and there's secondary. You know the difference between them?
So primary is like surveys and questionnaires, and secondary is like magazine.
Primary is information that you get by yourself from the original
Secondary is what
source
you get from other
instead
people.
of a secondary new. I'm not sure the word for it, but information that you obtain by yourself.
Right.
And secondary is the information that you obtain from others that have obtained information already.
Right, so you obtain it through a third party.
Yes, that's the word I'm looking for, but I couldn't find.
Right. And it says state one source of each of the type identified in A1. So I'll put a few there. So for primary, it have interviews, questionnaires, surveys, observations, so forth. Secondary, books, textbooks, magazines, websites, articles, etc. Then they ask reasons why you should start your own business.
To be independent, sir.
Yeah, to be independent.
To
create
earn extra income.
So that's to earn extra income, right?
Create
And
employment.
Say that again?
To create employment.
To create a
Employment.
employment, very good.
To utilize your skills.
To utilize your skills.
To control your work life.
Yes. Stability. Stability. Self-actualization. To take advantage of a business opportunity that is so.
To have a good retirement.
Yeah, to have a good retirement.
To be rich.
Say that again? To be rich?
Yeah, to be wealthy.
Yeah, to be wealthy. Then he said, outline 3 steps that Joanne must take in setting up a cosmetic business. As we said before, the very first thing, 1 second. So as he said before, the very first thing we do when you're starting a business is conceptualization. Think about the business idea. If you don't have a business idea, you can't have a business, right? Then you should do some research. You do market research, maybe do a feasibility study. Then you have to do a source of funds. You have to see where you're going to get your money from in order to start this business. And then you start your planning. You do a business plan. Then they said explain one benefit of short-term planning and one benefit of long-term planning in the successful operations of a business. We gain some new questions in this paper, finally, after the other 5 papers we did.
So short-term plan is, repeat the question, sir.
They want to know one benefit of short-term planning and one benefit of long-term planning.
A benefit of short-term planning is it's more efficient and can rescue you out of, let's say, a financial ditch. And long-term planning is it is a more accurate plan that you can use to achieve your visions.
Alright, so
For the,
like they use it with vision. Vision is normally the vision statement is normally for long-term goals. Right.
yes.
So short-term planning would be looking at how to operate in for various day-to-day aspects of the business and short-term goals. It's easier to track progress. And long-term planning will help you focus towards your ultimate goal in the future. Right, so a benefit of short-term planning, easier to track your progress. Long-term planning allows you to have a clear vision of your overall destination of the business. First time we saw that one in this whole thing. First contract question we doing. So it's a good thing we do this question. So could I send this paper in the group? Yeah, I'll send it after. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna send it one time. Right. They ask to define a simple contract. A simple contract is a legally binding agreement between two parties. Legally binding agreement. You can't just say agreement between two parties. That is not a simple contract. It must be a legally binding agreement between two parties. Right? It can be written, oral, or implied by action. Right, I sent the paper in the ARM group, 2022. Then it said describe 3 characteristics of a specialty contract. So specialty contracts must have 3 specific things. They must be signed, sealed, and delivered. Signed by both parties, sealed with the company's stamp, and delivered to both parties. Both parties must have a copy of it. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Remember those 3 words, signed, sealed, delivered. It actually have a song called signed, sealed, and delivered. So specialty contracts must be written because you can't sign it if it's not written, right? Then it said outline what is meant by each of the following conditions of offer and acceptance related to a contract. So offer is a request to enter a contract under specific terms. So you say, hey, you will buy this bag for $300 or that's an offer. If I said, hey, you want to buy this bag or that is not an offer because the terms are not specific enough.
Yeah,
But
can
when
I
I
answer this
said,
one?
hey, you want to
Invitation
buy
to
this
treat.
bag for 300, that made it specific and that made it an offer. Somebody was saying something?
Yes, that's me. I would say about one is an offer. Offer is usually a proposal made by the offer to the offer to agree on terms.
Yes, that
And
is
then a
correct.
counter offer is where a new offer has been made to reject a previous offer.
All right, so you respond to an offer by giving a new offer. That's what a counter offer is, correct? And when
So,
it give a counter offer, it rejects the original offer, yes?
saying you want to buy the bag without the 300 is an invitation to treat.
Yes, it's an invitation to treat exactly. It's an invitation for the person to make an offer. They might offer a certain amount or something. All right, very good.
So
Yes?
an invitation to treat is not like a where you offer to anybody so that anybody can enter to
Mm-mm.
well accept.
Mm-mm. An invitation to treat is an invitation to make offers. It's not an offer. An invitation to treat cannot be accepted. And
So
it
that's
can't
like
enter
an
a contract.
option.
So, like, if I have goods on display, that is not an offer. That's an invitation for you to offer to buy them from me. All right, so you can't don't confuse our offer with an invitation to treat. Then they ask, briefly explain one way in which a contract may be terminated or discharged. I put a few here, like debt, a party dies, God forbid. Agreement, both parties agree, hey, like in this contract now, word, say less.
Performance, sir.
Performance, correct. Both parties complete their part of the contract. Contract finish.
Mutual agreement.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
the agreement already. Both parties agree. Then there's something
then
called frustration, also known as impossibility. That is when something happens that makes it impossible to complete the contract. So, for example, somebody hired me to sing at their wedding because of my amazing voice. But on the way to the wedding, there was an earthquake, and now it's impossible for me to reach. It's not my fault. It's not the other person's fault. You call it frustration or impossibility. Then there's by notice. This is normally used for jobs. You let them know beforehand that you'll be leaving. And then there's lapse of time. Time run out, so the contract is now over. Right, now we have Doris and Mark. I remember this question. Doris offers to sell Mark one of her cars. She intends to sell him the red 5-year-old Tomato XL, but Mark thinks that she is selling him the yellow 3-year-old Scotch Bonnet Deluxe, which he told Doris that he liked very much. Mark sends his mechanic to check the car. The mechanic returns and tells him that the car is in very good working condition. Up to now, we don't even know what car the mechanic checked. Right. Mark sends his mechanic to check the car. Mechanic come back and say it's in very good working condition. Mark pays Doris for the car by way of a manager's check. However, when the car is delivered, it is the Tomato XL except the Scotch bonnet. Mark is convinced that Donna tricked him and plans to sue. Then he asks, state the legal term used to describe the situation that occurred between Doris and Mark. We'll call this misrepresentation. Right, so it wasn't on purpose. It doesn't seem to be on purpose, so we wouldn't call it fraud. We call it misrepresentation. Then he asks, suggest 3 actions that could have been taken by either Doris or Mark to prevent this situation from happening. What could have do? Yes, Kamani.
So, Mark could have just asked the mechanic what type of car it was.
Say that again.
The Mark could have just asked the mechanic what type of car it was that he serviced.
Right, so better communication. Also, this could also be mutual mistake. Someone brought it up and that is correct. This can also be mutual mistake. All right. So instead of misrepresentation, you can't put mutual mistake. All right, so better communication. Simple as that. Look, that was some terrible communication they had here. Yes, Buckmeyer. Yeah, Matthias. Matthias. Or Zaria then?
So I think you're trying to speak, but because his mic on mute.
Uh-huh.
You hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
He could have gone himself to check the car.
Exactly. He could have go to the mechanic. You send the mechanic to check the car, you could have go to the mechanic. Right? This a car purchase, you could have also pay it in writing as well. Right? And I'm sure if you pay it in writing, they would have seen the mistake. So better communication, they could have put it in writing. He could have gone with the mechanic and checked the car. They could have made it clear at the very beginning what Cardi was talking about.
So on a receipt would have been able to
Right.
outline what the payment was
Exactly.
for. Yeah, the
A
receipt.
receipt could have been provided outlining what the payment was for exactly. Then he said, recommend two ways in which the situation could be settled without Mark taking legal action. What do you all think?
You could probably return it and get
a refund,
back the money.
Right, return it, get back your money. Simple as
or
that.
Mark can get the car.
Oh yeah, or he could get the car that he wanted.
You
Or
want,
he could
yeah.
even just take the tomato XL if he wants.
Yeah.
He thought I could just take the tomato XL and done.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a few options. Right? The correct car could be sold to Mark with him paying any difference needed. Mark could return the car and get a full refund. Or Mark could decide, you know what, I'll just take the tomato car. Then they ask cottage industries. This is the sixth question we have. We're doing. How much cottage industries questions we see? Four? Is the fourth one?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So the fourth one.
Yeah. That don't mean it coming tomorrow. We'll just make sure and say that. Cottage and linkage industries play a vital role in the economic development of Caribbean countries. List four characteristics of cotton industries. If this come and all you get it wrong, I'm gonna fine you all. I could fight, but you don't want me to fine all you. Make sure and get this correct, please. Alright. Home base, small in size, family labor intensive. You use local raw materials. You're supposed to get this correct, eh? Anytime. You put it to them where you can remember. Then two, state two examples of products manufactured by cottage industries. What do you know? The first product there is Ponchacram again. Did I mention that I sell Ponchacram?
Yes,
During Christmas time, I mentioned that before.
Yes, sir.
Bally's premium Ponchacram, many different flavors. Some of the best Ponchacram in Trinidad. Make sure and message me around Christmas time. I said that before. All right,
Yes, sir. I
I
think
won't mention it again then. I won't mention my Ponchacram again, but
Yes,
yes.
sir. I think I remember. I remember you
so I
mentioning that
think
before, and
so
I think so.
All right,
so
well, I
I
won't.
think so I think the lesson I learned is to buy your panchagram for December.
What? Why would I wouldn't even, why would I advertise my
So how much
Ponchacram
for the
as a
punch
tea
offering?
necklace? What is that?
200 for the bottle? How much for the punch offering?
It varies in prices. It depends on the different flavors and stuff. So it's go from 150 to 200. But let's not talk about my Ponchacram is not
So
important
40.
right now. Let's focus on our work and not my delicious top tier Ponchacram, right? Yeah, it's probably the best in the country.
Sir, an
Yeah?
answer,
Say that
an
again?
answer I'd have for this. An answer I would have for this is firstly cake.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, maybe shoes designing. Sorry, natural juice.
Yeah, juice.
Maybe knitting.
Oh, jams and jelly.
Knitting. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. I think the thing stop sharing. It's a sharing it.
Huh?
I thought the screen stopped sharing for a second, but it didn't.
Maybe repairs would be. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Smaller.
anything that you can make at home using local raw materials, even granola.
How about would phone repairs? Would phone repairs count?
Phone repairs, no, that's a service.
Oh.
Right? So, yeah, I'm eating granola right now that was made at home using local raw materials. right? Keychains, beads, they use them waist beans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, so let's move on. Fruit juices, punch a crème, I see that one already. Alright, let's move on. Outline one way in which stakeholders in the tourism industry may benefit from cottage production. Remember, cottage industries, they attract tourism, right? So it increases the amount of tourism in the country. And not only that, it encourages them to spend their money, which will increase the amount of foreign exchange that we get. Because they'll come
Word,
in, they'll spend their foreign currency.
word
Also,
of mouth.
also, sir, one thing
Mm-hmm.
that the
But
one
that leads to those two things. The increase in tourism.
Word of mouth about the country.
Yeah, yes. But that still does the same thing. Word of mouth about the country increases the volume of tourism. So if you say both, you'll basically be saying the same thing.
Oh.
Right? So it increases the volume of tourism and it encourages spending. Then they said differentiate between primary production and secondary production, stating an example. So we did levels, we did, subsistence is providing goods and services for yourself. Then domestic is trading goods locally. Surplus is locally and exporting. And then export is export only. Now we're looking at the different types of production. Primary production is the extraction of raw materials. Secondary production is the manufacturing industry, taking the raw materials and converting them into goods. And tertiary production is the service industry. Right? So example of primary production would be cocoa beans. Secondary production, using the cocoa beans to make the coffee flavored punch or crème. All right, I done now. That was the last one. And tertiary would be like what I'm doing now, service industry. I'm teaching, that's a service, right? Or transportation, hairdressers, barbers, etc. D, outline one benefit of increased capital in the growth of a business. So, I feel my cousin bought from you before. Yeah, your cousin have good taste. Right. So one benefit of increased capital, if you have more capital, it could get more technology. You could spend money on training your staff. It can improve the quality of your goods and services. It could physically expand your building. There's many things you could do with increased capital. Quicker development and growth, yes. Improved development and growth, yes. Then E, explain two ways in which linkage industries, you see how much times linkage industries come as well. Well, you notice that? Linkage industries came a few times as well. Explain two ways in which linkage industries assist in the economic development of a country. All right, so what it does, think of it. One company or one industry has a customer straight through. And then the next industry has a supply of raw materials straight through. So that reduces the need for them to do any importing. One. Two, because of the constant business, it increases employment rate, or you could say it decreases the unemployment rate, whichever one you want to say. And then it also increases the potential for exports. All right, so somebody asked me to explain backward linkage. I'm going to explain it one more time, right? Primary industry, secondary industry. Primary industry, secondary industry. So remember, the primary industry is the extraction industry, right? You remember that?
Yes,
And
sir.
secondary is the manufacturing industry. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
If the primary industry existed first, the one that providing raw materials. So firstly, linkage is when the output of one company or one industry is the input of another. So your goods and services is the raw materials for another company. One person selling mango, the other person selling mango chow, right? Forward linkage is when the primary industry existed first, the raw materials, and because that industry existed, this second industry was created. That would be forward linkage. So somebody was selling mangoes, so our next company decided to sell mango chow. That's forward linkage. Backward is the opposite. The company selling the good or service was existing first, and then the company that supplied the raw material saw that and decided to supply the raw material. That would be backward linkage. So somebody was selling mango chow, so our next company decided to sell mangoes. That would be backward linkage. It all depends on which one was there first.
Actually, sir, the point is that backward linkage will also provide raw materials to foreign languages, whereas the foreign languages will provide goods and services to other companies, which puts on their menus in it.
You can say that one more time.
I mean, as a backwards linkage production, right? Who provides raw materials to the foreign linkages,
Yes.
whereas the foreign linkages who provides goods and services to
Using the
the
backward,
company.
using the raw materials, yes.
Yes, who using raw materials to provide goods and services to other companies.
Yes. That's exactly it. All right, so this easy. The missing link of the distribution chain. We know it's manufacturers, wholesalers, retailers, consumers. Manufacturers make the good, they sell it in large quantity to the wholesaler. The wholesaler sell it in large quantity to the retailers, and the retailers sell it in small quantity to the customers. Listen to Drake then. Then he said, list 4 forms of technology utilized in logistics and supply chain operations. You could talk about now for almost anything with technology, you could use AI. Right? We're listening to Drake.
This is fluid.
Yeah, not really.
So it's the same thing. I know talking to myself. I want to know who the hell listening to Drake.
Yeah, boy. We want winning music right now, huh? Exam is tomorrow. Right? We are winning music right now.
So what is a blockchain?
Somebody said something just now.
Yes, I was asking what is blockchain and Fortinet. Those things look
And,
So,
and PAD, please.
yeah, that's new to me.
so at this point in time, I will first up with blockchain and Portnet. CAD, you should know. CAD stands for computer aided design. So it's using technology to help you design anything, like goods and services, for example. So it makes designing goods and services and creating and making adjustments and stuff much easier. Right? CAD you should know. GPS you should know. AI you should know. Blockchain and Portnet is just bonuses. If you don't know it right now, don't fuss up your
But they
head trying
ask
to learn it.
they
They,
ask
they
for
will never
four,
ask you a question about blockchain or Portnet.
but they ask for technology utilizing logistics. So I would know 4, I would know 3.
All right, so use blockchain then. Blockchain is a database mechanism. Right?
Can
So
I just
it allows you to store information.
say a phone?
A what?
Can I just say a phone?
Telephone.
Telephone?
A smartphone. How does that sound?
When
So to talk to like the drivers and customers.
I mean, you're not wrong, I guess. But I would use blockchain now. It's an advanced database mechanism.
How about the refrigerator truck? The freezer.
Don't know if
Is
you
that,
can really consider that.
the freezer, is that a form of technology used in supply? Using
Like,
supply.
technically, but I don't know if they'll give you that or not.
But if I'm in the exam and that question comes and I forget and I cannot
Then put it.
some
Better
pressure.
than putting nothing. But I would go with definitely you should be able to remember CAD, CAD. Because computer aided design, CAD for short.
Yeah, but still,
Everybody should remember AI. Because I'm sure
yeah.
you use AI probably today.
Yeah, but still on the exam pressure, it might still be gone. And as soon as you leave the examination room,
You
you
remember
remember.
it. But I
But
say if you can't remember anything else, then you have no other option.
yeah,
You could also use GIS, that is Geographic Information System. I don't know if you all will be familiar with that one. It's also about storing storing data as well, but geographical data. Then here they said outline 2 benefits of information technology. Um, it reduces the possibility of errors. It makes communication easier. It improves record keeping. It helps you to track your delivery. Basically makes everything about it better.
safer delivery.
What is that?
A safer delivery.
Safe
More.
for delivery, yeah.
Yeah.
It enhances security. Then they said Alex is in the business of importing exotic food items for several local restaurants and hotels on the island. They say 2 problems that he likely to encounter. We've done questions like this already. Spoilage, errors, long delays, damaged goods, theft. You remember?
Long delivery time is
Right.
long delivery time is different from delayed.
No, is about the same.
It's basically the
So
same thing.
yes and no. So if I tell you it's gonna take 2 months, and it takes 2 months, that is not a delay, but it's a long delivery time. A delay is if I tell you it's taking 2 months and it end up taking 3 months. So we went beyond the agreed upon time.
Yeah.
Then it said for each problem identified, outline one measure. You see these kind of questions repeat a few times. I'm not seeing it coming tomorrow. Just seeing it possible, right? I'm not seeing it coming. Don't see Mr. Ballantyne see it. Right.
So you should have made a prediction paper.
Yeah, oh God, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, you should have made a prediction paper for real.
No. I
So
would have
like you learned your lesson from the last time.
Yeah, I would have prediction game. Yeah, come on.
Still, the paper would help a lot of people, even if everything doesn't come back.
And then I had to went to hiding.
Maybe it can assist. A prediction, you can't really know what CX is gonna send on the paper exactly.
You would think people don't understand that.
Yes, but it's meant to assist in what topics
True
would probably come on the paper.
Yeah, but after that paper today, you know that, man?
You should make a disclaimer.
I did a video with a disclaimer. It's on my TikTok. Come on, you seen your hand up.
So would inconvenience be one with the Alex Springer name exotic foods?
So yes, but all of these are inconveniences. So you'd have to be specific.
So like if somebody placed a order, if they place a order for something what he doesn't have, but when he gets it, he will make it for them, and then the delay happens.
It's still I know it inconveniencing, but all of these still will cause an inconvenience. So it might not be specific enough.
So what term I could use for it?
Though using this, use delay. It had a delay, so use delay. But if it had an error, use error.
Okay.
Yeah, they use the inconvenience because it's not specific enough.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
If you since you asked for two problems, you could put two things that would go under errors, and you would still get him up.
Two things that go under errors. It's like what?
Like somebody
Oh, you
sent
mean
some.
for each problem this part here?
Yeah.
For two, no. You won't get any mark. They say one measure for each.
Okay.
Spoilage.
Spoilage is
Excuse me,
one.
sir.
Yes.
Can you explain like what you say for spoilage, please?
Die first. I just asked that question.
All right, I didn't put one for spoilage here.
Yeah,
So
with the
for
spoilage.
spoilage, I would either purchase goods that could spoil from a closer supplier, or ensure that they are stored in a way to reduce their chances of spoilage.
Okay.
Right? So like for example, my puncher creme is stored in a cool area. Right? That was the last one. That was the last one. But yeah, but you'll get the point. Alright. So look here, I think this is for spoilage here. Use express delivery notice for long delivery times. Ensure goods are stored efficiently. This is for spoilage. Purchase from closer countries to reduce time in transit. That is for spoilage as well.
Please. Times. Crucial.
I hear you properly.
Unemployable. But is not employed. Self-employed.
So we'll do the next one. Define the term unemployment. This is the process of being available and able and willing to work, but not employed or self-employed. Then they talk about the different types of unemployment. We have cyclical unemployment, which is due to economic downturn. We have frictional unemployment. There's the gap between one job and another. So you need to leave one job and you just ain't get the next one yet.
So what topic that came under?
Unemployment. This will be
Three types.
this will be government.
Because I don't have no notes on that, but I got it from I think a YouTuber.
Okay.
The types of unemployment: cyclical, functional, structural, seasonal.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have notes on that. But I got it on a YouTuber.
Well,
So if that come to the other persons in the classroom, I wouldn't know.
Well, you have notes on it now.
Yeah, I write in it.
Structural, long-lasting unemployment that occurs due to shifts in the economy, and then seasonal because of the time of the year.
Just take a picture, so don't change it yet.
No problem. I mean, I sent it in the group already, yeah?
Yeah, but to go back in the phone.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, with my phone, I'm just taking a picture.
I understand.
So you see them things like this here, what I don't know, that is why I'm taking pictures of, because
yeah.
it has some things that I know and some things that I don't have notes on, as you just say,
Mm-hmm.
like this. I need to screenshot it because I didn't even know nothing about this.
No problem.
I didn't know anything about this, but if it comes, it just God goes with us.
So the only time I see this is in the multiple choice.
Well, this was in 2022. But yeah,
I
multiple choice a lot.
Can't manage to pop my brain with new information. So if it comes, God goes with us.
Just take a read of it. You never know, it might come back to your memory.
Pray for me, Trinidadians.
We shall.
My apologies, but pray for me, guys.
Yeah, we will. We pray for everyone. Don't worry.
Just remember the cottage industry and the punchy cup.
Very important.
What was it?
You see, remember the cottage industry and the panchakram. As I say, yeah, very important.
Oh, okay.
Then they say outline one way in which a government can assist in reducing unemployment. Education and training. If you're more educated, you could qualify for more jobs. Right? They could provide more infrastructure, which would require which could lead to more businesses. They could provide subsidies, which are low cost, which could lead to either more businesses or more expansions of businesses, which could lead to more employment. Low interest loans to small business owners could lead to more businesses, could lead to expansion of businesses, which could lead to more employment. Grants could increase the amount businesses spend, could lead to expansion of businesses, which could lead to employment. Yes, Bisasa.
So does the trademark will bring back like any explanation about the trademark or any topic that deals with that?
Say that one more time.
I mean, the trademark will bring back.
You mind typing it and saying it properly?
I mean, the trademark will bring back.
Trademark?
Yes, sir.
You go to explain what trademark is?
No, I mean, like, does it will bring back?
I really not. You mind typing it in the chat? I'm really not hearing you properly. I'm not sure why.
Sir. Like how the third question, like with 3 eyes, says outline one way in which a government can assist in reducing unemployment in its country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 2 marks.
Yeah, you don't
And
have to write the 3 lines. That is there just in case somebody
hold
hits it. They make a mistake and they scratch or something.
just a second.
Because the trademark will bring back like the explanation. If they like have asked it to explain trademark, they could.
Oh.
And yeah, just because they put 3 lines doesn't mean you have to write 3 lines. You could put your answer on 1 line and get correct.
What I was saying, like how it says outline one way and it's worth 2 marks. If
Right.
I reducing taxes, sorry.
So I won't just put reducing taxes. I would say reducing taxes can lead to more spending, which can lead to the expansion of businesses and the creation of jobs. I will explain it. Education and training can make unemployed persons more qualified for more jobs, increasing their chances of employment. I'll explain it. Right? State and outline is 2 different things. I just if I
So
explain
you're
all of
saying
them, I would not be
outline
able to put so much.
is to emphasize a bit.
Yeah. State, you just say. So state 3 ways and reasons why Caribbean nationals migrate to countries outside the region. Better education options, for girl,
Unemployment.
employment opportunities, better standard of living, lower crime rates. Don't put for a girl, you could put for relationships or something like that. Investment opportunities.
I weak.
I couldn't realize what you said.
But you really do.
So
Mm-hmm.
even this paper could be so like that tomorrow. Oh, Jesus Christ. That way paper was Jesus.
I know going on to that because like
That
again,
way paper, I mean, all
topic
this
one
study we
minute.
studied it. Jesus, this people
I'll see
making
what
it.
put
Again,
the answers to the
topic
OA paper
1 minute.
tomorrow. Once I
And
get
a hard topic. Next, I don't know how the paper will write it.
They said outline 1 negative effect of Caribbean countries on Caribbean countries when citizens migrate to have the brain drain, which is the loss of skilled labor.
That's the only answer, sir?
No, well, it's the biggest effect, but it have other it's the biggest negative when our citizens migrate, actually, the brain drain. Then that's probably why they asked for one. But the other negative things is when people migrate into our country. But it's probably the biggest issue when our citizens migrate out of the country. Then they asked to find the term foreign investment is when an investor from one country purchases a non-current asset in another country.
Say that again, sir.
An investor from one country purchases a non-current asset in another country. So they purchase some sort of machinery or something like that. They make some sort of financial investment into another country.
So what a piece of land to do a business or something?
Yeah, anything like that.
Okay, all right. So you don't have to be the answer. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Then they said explain 2 ways in which foreign investment could have positive impacts on Caribbean countries. It could increase infrastructure. It could have more jobs. Local citizens could get trained in a new industry, and they could get more products and services.
Sorry, sir. Can you go over foreign investment again?
Foreign investment is when you invest money in one country and you invest money into something in another country.
You write it in your own words because it basically
So-
explains itself already.
So foreign investment is what when you invest in another country.
You invest into
When I'm
something in another
foreign,
country.
You invest what, sir?
You invest into something in another country.
Or
Most
like you buy
cases are
land or
non-current
something.
assets.
Like you buy machines or something.
Yeah, non-current assets would be like land or buildings, machinery, Anything like that. Something that
Yeah.
generates income or that could generate income.
I don't have to go and study again. I don't know what to do tonight now.
Go and sleep. That is what to do.
Fine,
It's
fine, sir.
10:21. You just do 6 past peoples. You could relax a bit now.
So at least we go remember. Even if we remember everything, we go remember most of the things because it comes so many times.
If it comes back, it comes back.
All you could do now is pray and wait for what tomorrow brings.
So I guess what we do, if we don't get everything, we have to try and come back in the multiple choice and the paper 3.
Yeah, the good thing with especially the multiple choice, you repeat a lot of questions.
That's what the POB serve, unlike the OA. The OA was nothing compared to what we did last night.
Oh gosh.